Stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. I'll save stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
We gon' make you move. We gon' make you lose. We gon' make you move. So baby, let's jump in tonight.
Let me get funky. Let me get funky.
We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more. So baby, let's orbit tonight.
Let me get funky.
Let's lose our mind.
Let me get funky. Let me get funky.
We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move. We gon' make you move.
Falling away as I'm searching for the break of a day to follow away to you.
Dozens of teams came together in December and began a journey which should end and culminate in Boston in the United States. But we're not there just yet. It is Championship Sunday, and today is the day that we decide which one of our hopeful teams will have that opportunity. Welcome everyone to RLCS SSA. I am Naomi Mizuki, or Sam. I'm your host today, and of course I'm joined by a star-studded fully ZA desk for our opener here. You know, we've got a couple of interlopers that join us every now and then, but this is the true crew coming through for South African Rocket League. We'll kick off here with Bromeo. How are you feeling this Championship Sunday? Oopsie. Give him a moment. Oh, guys.
I'm here.
He's
I'm
so
here. I'm
excited.
here.
He's
I'm
here.
here.
He made it.
Look, guys, the only thing that would make this day better is a Game 7 in the grand final, a Game 7 overtime, and Altruism to get a prediction wrong for once.
Unfortunately, I've also put down Game 7 for the last one. I think most of our predictions across the crew are we want the Game 7 showdown to end the season, to decide that spot for the major. And I think there's a couple of really exciting games along the way as well. So it's not just all about that final matchup.
Yeah, I love the fact that we're already heading forward to the grand final, still talking about that as if it is inevitable. But Nari, as we said yesterday, there is a non-zero chance it doesn't work out that way.
There's always a non-zero, but whether or not we get to see that world, I always say that there is a world. Is that this world, though? That's one of the things we're going to be talking about as we go through the rest of our Championship Sunday. So why don't we take a look at our standings and see where we ended up? I spoke about the dozens of hopefuls. Well, only 6 of those hopefuls remain this weekend. But our top 8 is certainly an interesting one, particularly because, as I've mentioned before, the talent, we love to just kind of do a little bit of guesswork to see, can we predict our top 8? And honestly, Greybeard, I think that we were off on a couple of instances.
I think we were horrendously off on a few of them, and I think it speaks to the nature of where SSA Rocket League is right now. As we've come to see, we have a solid top 2. We got a solid top 3 in third with Bro Crocros, and after that, the ground seems to shift. Although I will say it's so weird because Death Cloud have been in every top 8, yet they're not a certain top 4 team. So we got our top 3, and then a big mess with Death Cloud in the middle of it.
We do enjoy a little bit of a messy stakes game, but the important thing to note there, of course, is our top 2 teams in KCP and 5 Fears tied up in points, which means that the winner of today, if it is one of those two, will be confirming themselves a spot at that Boston Major. But if everything goes utterly awry, then things could be a little bit up in the air. So let's take a look at our schedule and see what our road is going to look like over the course of the day, because we're going to kick off with our quarterfinal first and foremost. And of course, as usual, we generally start at the bottom leg of the bracket. So that's going to be the Brocrocros taking on Strive, one of our upstarts that has had a fantastic performance to get to top 6. We're going to follow that on with Amapiano versus yet another upstart in Unity, who we were very impressed to see make it into our top 8 at all. The winner of those 2 games will have to duke it out against our leaders in our region in Pioneers and 5 Fears. And of course, that's going to be the opportunity to potentially mount that crazy scenario that might have one of these teams not making it through to the Boston Major Alt.
That's obviously the big storyline at the end of the day, right? Is that 1-2 spot is worth more than ever right now. This is the biggest shakeup we've seen of the region, the introduction of the 2/3 rule, and it might be the best step that we've got towards actually competing on an international stage. So whoever represents us right now kind of defines a new era in SSA Rocket League, I would say. So I think what's really comforting right now, either of these teams is a good ambassador. We're not looking at any upsets. Yesterday, there were basically no upsets across the board. I mean, that first game was kind of up for grabs. But other than that, we have really settled into a nice tiered Rocket League system with a really pretty high pinnacle, I would say, in that first and second spot. Now it's more curiosity as to which playstyle I think will make a transition to the international stage better.
Absolutely. And obviously, we spoke about how we're going to be having those upstarts. We've got to start the day with the ones that are running for the crown, the ones that are trying to unseat our two top teams, because nothing can happen until we get through those games. So let's start with our first matchup of the day. Of course, that's going to be the Brokokos taking on Strive, which I said a little bit earlier on. And I think, the Brokokos, we've spoken about them. This is a team, it's basically the old Cosmico roster for those who maybe are unfamiliar with the name. Most of us love the name. Some are a little less excited about it. But no matter how you slice it, this is one of our top teams. As Greybeard pointed out, a top 3 team. But we have the upstarts in Strive, Bromeo, and they put on a really solid performance yesterday, it felt like.
They really did. They came out firing. Willu, Halloist, Eagle, they have been doing the most this weekend. Halloist doing a hard carry in a game that I was watching yesterday, so he's definitely somebody to watch coming across. But Brokokos, they have been here before. They are looking good. They are looking dangerous. Jeff having an incredible season so far. I feel like he's been there and thereabouts for such a long time, and out of nowhere, he's had a breakout season.
So it's clearly some slight little camera issues there that will get sorted out as quickly as possible. I do love that we potentially have player cams as well. I think that this is really exciting. We got to see Halloist come and chat with us a little bit yesterday, and to kind of have that opportunity to see some of their reactions and so on could be a lot of fun. But let's take a look at the nitty gritty of the matchup here in the stats, because while Brokokos is one of our top 3 teams, a lot of the stats, Greybeard, it feels like belie just how impressive Strive can be.
Well, they're kind of a new roster. They came together for Open number 2. They didn't do as well as, certainly nowhere near as well as they would have wanted to. But Halloist flew out from France. They're effectively boot camping together. They look like 3 guys that are having a great time, want to do well, and they've gotten better and better and better. And Machtfish was also talking up their coach, and we've been waiting for this amazing island of reunion to have an RLCS breakthrough, and this is as far, I think, as an entire reunion team has come, and it's glorious to see, and I think they will surprise. I went against them yesterday in their match, and they went against my prediction, but today I would love to see them do something remarkable out there.
I want to actually jump in here because I got to see Halloist yesterday. I'm so glad that he's currently highlighted. Macht was talking up the big key, I think, to Strive doing well today is their communication. If they let it fall apart, even in the interview yesterday that we had afterwards, they talked about when they stopped communicating, when they kind of played their own game, everything fell apart. But when they played together, they were an amazing team. To be able to take out, I think it was HSK yesterday was the game. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, it is, yes. When they lost, it was by like 1 goal. When they won, they were getting 3-1, 4-1 score lines. And that's the sort of really strong performance that they can put in when they communicate, I think.
I'm going to throw production slightly under the bus here and hopefully there was a head-to-head with Halloist and there was another player and I missed it. But looking at the stats, it felt like Halloist was kind of edging out a little bit here, which I think kind of leans into what Alt was just saying about when Strive are on their peak. That's when they're really performing, Bromeo. So you're our resident stats guy. Looking at this and kind of seeing how these two statistics match up, do you think that this could play a role today? If Halloist steps up, maybe this could be a big difference maker.
I think that's a very strong argument to make. Halloist has had a really, really good run in this, but you got to have a look at these stats from a historical piece. Stake stats are for the entire season. Halloist has recently joined, so there is that recency bias. So there is so much that you can look into this. Yes, he does have better stats, but he has had more game 7s. He's had a harder, longer run, I would say, because leading up into this, they had to beat some pretty strong teams. They had to beat Synthesis. Who else did they have to beat? They had to beat LFO, and both of those went to game 5. So that would buff up their stats somewhat, but that's not to say it's not impressive. Halloist has been looking really good in this tournament so far, and he will for sure be the difference maker.
And just a quick reminder, everyone, you may have seen it pop up in the Twitch chat. We have a vote. So please let us know who you think is going to be walking away with the win here in this series. I think a lot of you have already gotten involved in that one. So make sure not to miss out on that. I think this is going to be a really good matchup, particularly because there've been a lot of situations where we've kind of counted out some of our underdog teams and have seen some strong performances from them regardless. So hopefully, I'm kind of hoping that's going to be one of those cases. My prediction belies that, however, which is going to bring us neatly to our next section where I'm going to ask each of my talents who they think is going to win. And of course, tell me why, give me a score line, give us a little bit of insight here, and maybe that'll even help inform our viewers. So Greybeard, let's start with you. Who do you think is going to take this one, and give us the rundown?
So we've pumped up Bro Crocros as the official region's number 3 team, but we need to have, I think we need a little bit of chaos there, and Strive are a team that are striving to be something beyond where they are right now, and maybe they can start to make an argument. I'm a piano, and we'll talk about them in the next series, but they are a team that have already put their hand up and said, hey, we're probably the number 4 team around, and maybe Strive can do that, but they are as yet unproven at this late stage, and that's the only reason I go against them here. I do think Bro Crocros are looking incredibly good, and I see the Bro Crocros taking this one down, probably 4-2.
Okay, I am glad there's a little bit of faith in the Strive boys. What about you, Bromeo? Where are you feeling? What's your temperature check?
For once, I sit quite firmly with Greybeard. It doesn't happen often that we agree on things, but I think Bro Crocros, they are in and out a quality team. They are consistently up here. They are consistently here. Strive's first foray into the top 8, into this position, has to count against them, although it's a great achievement for them. I just feel like on the day Bro Crocros has that BMT, they've been here before, they'll do it again. Give me BCC in 6 games.
Okay. Ultraism, what about you?
Yeah, I think Strive deserves a lot of credit and probably doesn't deserve a desk sweep against them right now. But it's hard to go against Bro Crocros. We've already said it. Greybeard summed it up so nicely. They are the leaders of the rest of the pack chasing down our big 2. So against any other opposition, Strive has a good chance of giving basically every other team in the region a run. I think Bro Crocros, they'll test them a little bit. So I'm going to give at least 1 game to Bro Crocros, to Strive. But Bro Crocros takes this in at least 1 or 2 games by a blowout.
Okay. Now, it looks like there might be some slight technical issues that the guys are struggling with at the moment. So I'm going to take this opportunity because I know that we had an influx of people come join us that might be a little bit less familiar with the scene. And we've spoken so much about Strive, about their underdog story. So I'm going to throw this one once again to Greybeard, the resident historian of SSA Rocket League. What is it about Bro Crocros that makes them such a terrifying force? How have they cemented themselves as a top 3 team?
Well, as we were all having our discussion and giving our predictions, I thought back to Jeff, who was a high school champion. He came out of the VS Gaming High School Champs 2024 in his last year of high school. And at that time, it was like, this guy's going to have a breakout season. And he was this new player that we were waiting to have this big moment. And it occurred to me as Bromeo and Ultraism were talking, I was like, suddenly he's gone from, are we going to see this breakout from this great player, Jeff, to being such an integral part of the number 3 team in the entire region. It's so wonderful to see how far he has come. And then the young prodigy in Ravi, who, I stand corrected, but he's, I think, 15. He might be as young as 14. What a prospect for the future. Been making waves for the last 2 years, came into the scene, and he just gets better and better and getting this high level experience. And then I think that, what the stats between Halloist and Stake didn't show is the pedigree of Stake. This man has been around at the highest levels in Europe. And I think he anchors and bringing out that incredible talent of Jeff, and then Ravi just being nurtured through. So that's what makes them terrifying.
I love that you brought up their age, Greybeard. You know that school esports, it sits close to my heart. I love to see these youth coming through. They're guys who have started playing, who were like born after Rocket League came out, kind of. Those are the guys that we're starting to see come through. And Mark pulled out the stats. Ravi was born in 2010, so about 15, 16 years old right now. This guy has been playing Rocket League his entire life. And we got to see the potential in the past of Ravi, of Jeff, but they never really made an impact, a year ago or so. They were starting to get their names out there. And what's really been important for them is to have someone to pull those teams together, to be that mentor, to guide these guys through. And I think that's been the biggest beauty of the 2/3 introduction. The fact that Stake could come in, take these two young, amazing players who are so passionate and just point them in the right direction. This is what the future of Rocket League should be under this new regime.
I completely agree with that. And it's very easy to talk about Jeff as one of those people having a breakout season. But what is breaking out? You have a look at players like Sweaty, who came out of absolutely nowhere and all of a sudden he was at the top. But then you have players like Jeff who just consistently get better and better at a fast pace, so that it doesn't feel like it, but all of a sudden they've reached the pinnacle of Rocket League and your expectations match it without you even realizing it. This boy, he's been grabbing some very, very good results this season. And it cannot be taken away from him that it is now that level of expectation that we see him. It's no longer a top 12 or whatever it is where you start out. It's now a consistent top 8. Well, that's it.
It's good to see that kind of growth happening. And as Ultrazm mentions, for those of you that don't know, Ultra is in fact a teacher and is very, very involved in the high school esports league alongside everything else. So of course, our grassroots really does start at the bottom and work its way up. And of course, Jeff being a prime example of that, we really do take our local scene very seriously.
What's amazing is, sorry, Gobian. What's been so cool is seeing in the chat, one of the things we've always wanted for Rocket League is for the pros to be known, for everyone to know the name. So people have started to get that sort of history behind them. Snowy and To Die For have had people literally ask for their autographs. And I saw on Twitch chat now, one name to look out for is King Dominus Rex. I know that player's name already and they've got fans. It's one of the other kids who's come through the high school scene and is now actually becoming known as that shining star, the next generation. So I love the reputation that's starting to follow our players. Sorry, go ahead, Gobian.
King Dominus Rex is a great one, and he's for those who don't know, he's the son of probably the biggest high school Rocket League champion in Yuckles, and he was an RSC LAN champion in 2025, and I did a 1v1 show match with him, which he beat me at. And he is, at that time, was 9, so he's probably close to 10. So he is literally younger than Rocket League, which is just blows my mind. But there is that groundswell, but there at the same time there's contradiction, because if Ravi and Devour, their schools don't participate in high school Rocket League, which is unfortunate. We got to get them in. But if they did, I don't think Ravi and Devour would participate, because then they're going to have to play with a bunch of Diamond 3s. They'll probably win everything, but the glory is all here in RLCS. So it is a growing scene, but there is so much further to go. But it is the future. And if we look at the teams at the top there, but 5 Fears in Snowy and Tekos are sort of the old school, the older guard of Rocket League, and they remain at the forefront. So now we need these youngsters to start overtaking them and forging legacies of their own, like Sweaty is looking to do.
Well, speaking of forging legacies, there's our Twitch vote, 80-20, and it's time for us to kick off our Championship Sunday. Apologies for the delay, folks, but let's dive into game number 1. The Crocros, number 3 in the region, taking on the upstarts of Unity. Which team will come out on top? Who will emerge victorious? Casters, tell us the story.
It's reunion time as Strife Esports take to the pitch against the Crocros. A career-first top 6 for Eagle and Alouest. They have some serious cleanup to do from their performances yesterday to stand a chance against the top 3 team, BCC. Ravi, Steak, and Jeff can look to OCE this morning and channel their inner bulldog energy. The spoiling of the 5 fierce KCP party, it starts right here for the Brocrocros.
Muckfish, you and I were sitting in the green room yesterday when Strive were taking on Death Cloud, and you were getting very frustrated at some of the plays of Strive, just in terms of what seemed to be a lack of communication, positioning issues, and I'm hoping that they'll make you far less tense today, Brocrocros, with an early shot.
Oh, they have to, 100%. But it was acknowledged, right? In the interview we heard yesterday with Hallowest, he acknowledged the communication issues that they so clearly had. Many double commits, many times where, they just weren't on the same page, but they have to be, and they certainly are, coming out all guns blazing in these opening 30 seconds first little shots. And also, quite like what I see from Strive, we know the 3 players are sitting next to each other on Reunion Island, but also they're using their cameras, so good on you.
And I can't shout that out enough. Is they arrived here with player cams. It's such an issue for SSA players. Well done that they're doing it. Okay, I feel like we're talking a lot of fluff. There's some violence going on the field, Muckfish. Just over a minute in, no goals either way, but it did seem like Brocrocros had a couple of early opportunities. But here comes Strive. If they could find a way to communicate, find each other, and take an early lead, it would be huge for their confidence.
Definitely against the... You said it on the desk earlier, the 3rd team in the region. It's sort of like you have the big fight between KCP and 5 years, but the Brocrocros have been able to take games from both of them, but they have to dispatch of Strive here first. Hallowest! Beaten on the line by Ravi, the exciting youngster and upstart. You talked about him on the desk earlier as well. One of the new generation players from SA.
And they've done well. They're certainly not being overawed yet by the Brocrocros, so that's good to see. Opportunity there for Brocrocros. Turned away, but pressure remains. And this is, of course, the best of 7 game 1. Traditionally, a little bit of feeling things out. And Jeff, we were talking about him a lot on the desk, opens things up in this first quarterfinal.
Maybe the most underrated player on the side of the Brocrocros, Jeff, or the least talked about player. But he immediately makes an impact, double taps it in, quick, decisive, accurate. That's exactly what you need to see from Jeff today. And that first goal, exactly what the Brocrocros needed. Starting against a Stripe that looks much more aligned today. And Hallowest actually just gonna force his way through with the pinch.
A nice little 93k an hour ground pinch. Getting under Jeff, who has on no boost, and Ravi just did not have the time to get back to the net. Strive will not let Brocrocros get too far ahead.
Fake kickoffs coming out. We've seen them many times, the repertoire of the Brocrocros, but this one, the idea was there, the execution on the passes, not so much.
Another opportunity for Brocrocros, going to come off high off the backboard. Hallowest will pick it up. Gains control of the ball, so he'll keep possession. Now he's going to try and find a teammate, but Ravi gets in the way, and it pinches completely diagonally from one corner to the next. Ooh. A shot on net off the post. Oh, that would have been delicious. Willu needed to get it pixels lower.
Oh, and that would have been so important for Willu, especially a player that is struggling oftentimes, that is so volatile. We coined him yesterday the French version of Eliakim, also another player that on his day can take teams apart 1v3, no problems. But on other days, he's just not really there, missing easy shots. So I'm hoping to see the better version of Willu today. We know how good he can be. He made the World Championship back in 2023, and that's the form that he wants to reach once again.
What I'm very pleased to see out of Strive, we saw it with Brocrocros yesterday. They were not being overawed by 5 fears in that opening game. They were going toe-to-toe with on paper, the superior team. And on paper here, Brocrocros are, but we are just over a minute from the first 5 minutes being done, and Strive are not letting this get away from them. They're going toe-to-toe with the Bro Crows, a level game, and you feel the potential to sneak a lead is right there.
Oh, it might just be here! But stay closing down the distance. Alois, second attempt. That's a little bit too heavy for the Frenchman. Willu following up. Little 1-2 possibility there with Eagles. Not going to come through. But Strive wanting to take this game in regulation. Alois taking the ball back, trying to keep possession as much in their own halves and as much in their own hands as they possibly can. Strive Esports moving forward, but not finding a clean way through that Bro Crows midfield. On the other hand, Stay, counter-attack, flip reset acquired. Alois sets a weak clear! And Ravi is there to punish them!
Oh man, we've all been there, mucked fish, when you're going toe-to-toe and that goal comes in 24 seconds to go. It's quite disheartening because now the work has to step up in a hurry. Bro Crows take a late lead. Huge kickoff here for Strive. They go with the kickoff strategy. It's passed across. This might just work out. It's 1v2, 2v2 over on the Bro Crows net. But Ravi does a sensational job of clearing the danger.
Big demo there as well from Jeff on the waiting Alois, so no second ball could be acquired by Strive. Ravi now shutting down midfield. Jeff following in suit, and it might just be too little too late. Strive will not be able to come back to Bro Crows. They get themselves over the line in game one.
Well, it was good. It was close, and I have the same feeling about Strive that I had about Bro Crows against Five Fears yesterday. When you are the underdog and you keep it as close as this, you feel like the underdog has got to be the team that grabs the initiative and finds a way to go ahead when it's close like that, particularly early on, because the more you go behind against a better team, the harder it is to claw your way back in. And I feel it's tough for Strive, but I'll say what I said yesterday as well. Early days, there's a long way to go.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of Rocket League left to be played, but I feel like if this is the level of Strive that we're going to see throughout the entire series, it's good, right? This is already better than every and any game we've seen yesterday from them against Team HSK, right? This is Strive that was aligned on the same wavelength. They were listening to each other. There were basically no double commits happening. So it looks promising, is what I'm saying, for Strive Esports. And this is something they can build upon throughout the series.
Well, I'm hoping after this game we will be looking at a level series. Otherwise, we're going to have to repeat ourselves again about the game 3 when you're 2 behind in a best of 7. It's all but a must win, and hopefully they don't find themselves there. So it's not crucial, critical, and crazy for them, but they will want to get themselves on level terms ASAP. And they might have an early opportunity. Eagle followed by Halloist. Close, but no cigar.
Close, but not quite close enough. And Jeff, he is looking to stamp his name onto this series. Eagle faking it. Halloist going for the bump afterwards. It's a good flick up high by Halloist, but Jeff already there once again. Who's maybe listened a little bit to our pre-show and listened to us talking about it and be like, yes, I'm a part of this roster, thank you very much. I'm a critical part even of this team. Having a very, very obvious first few games. Alois can't quite get it past Ravi.
Well, that's 2 early-ish opportunities for Strive, and it's gratifying to see them put this much pressure on the Bro Crows net. Maybe something there. Halloist looking for a bump. Oh, he's causing some consternation on the goal line. Bro Crows, however, stay firm, will get the clear, but not necessarily anything substantive. Oh no, the team bump's not going to help.
Not really sure who wants to take over there. Pinch may be attempted, but the timing was off. Timing not off here from Ravi. Jeff, first touch. It's decent enough. Stay coming in, but unfortunately for them, Willu was just in the way. Still though, Bro Crows not leaving the orange half too soon. Now they're going to be forced back by Willu's long clear. Bro Crows able to solidify, take control of the game, take control of the pace, and try to mount yet another attack.
Still 0-0, 2 minutes in. Oh no, another team bump. Well, I don't know how that's making you feel, Muck. That's going to start making me very frustrated if that continues, because that's just getting in their way. They had a fantastic opportunity to get it out. Double touch comes, but Stake doesn't find the net. And I feel like Strive have got to take a breath here and get themselves organized. Eagles in trouble, Jeff! Did he just save that? Or was it off target?
I'm willing to give Eagle the benefit of the doubt that he would have come back here, but Jeff definitely didn't want to save it, let's put it that way. Good opportunity though, goes a rifle for Bro Crocos, now a second one, Strive! Can't defend, Stake puts it through their hard 1-0 from the Spaniard in favor of the Bro Crocos.
Yeah, and you know what? Well done to Stake, but that felt like a very savable play there. Strive don't get it. They go behind by 1. Not critical for them yet. But I think if they, we saw with the Bro Crocos yesterday, when they were the ones to take a lead, they suddenly came to life. And I think we'll see the same from Strive. But they got to find their way there first. And their first job is to overcome the deficit. They're in defense now, trying to find a way forward. Here comes Wilu. Sends it long towards the net. Easy touch away for Ravi, but it's not clear. It's still there and thereabouts. Jeff will try and take a more controlled possession. Out all the team pinch. It goes wide at an appreciable pace. Nothing comes of it. Opportunity here for Strive. They put it wide.
Alois lands in the way and saves the shot away from Wilu, but now second chance, Alois for the bottom left. Jeff with a magnificent stop on the goal line, keeps it 1-0, keeps the clean sheet for the Bro Crocos.
Only just, but these opportunities, the more they're missed, the more frustrating it's going to become for Strive, because they will believe they've come so close. Then you start getting into that feeling like, surely we deserve the goal. And the more it doesn't happen, the more irritating it becomes. And another there or thereabouts opportunity is rebuffed by Bro Crocos. But at least Strive are doing the other part of their job, which is not conceding more goals. But that's not going to win them tournaments. They've now got to press forward and find a way through. And Wilu goes forward with the entire Bro Crocos squad lined up to defend.
He sort of forced a double commit, and that speaks of the respect that someone of Wilu's caliber is able to command from defenses, command from his opponents. Fortunately, though, the double commit didn't quite work out in favor of Strive this time around. Bro Crocos, with 30 seconds left, still have the lead. As Jeff has got an opportunity. Jeff! Saved at the short post. Saved at the front post there by Strive. Second opportunity might be coming in, but it is not good enough.
Well, what Ultrazim was talking on the desk about, he was expecting one of these games to be a blowout game from Bro Crocos. We're certainly not seeing that, and there's no threat of that. But with the final 5 seconds, Strive are going to lose this by a goal unless they can find a way over. Here they come. Last opportunity. Hello West! Can't find the net. Bro Crocos will take game number 2.
And it might be 2-0 now in the series in favor of the Bro Crocos, but those were two very, very close games. Some very, very closely edged out games, but the mark of a top team. A good horse, it only jumps as high as it needs to do.
Well, we saw that. I mean, I keep referring to the Bro Crocos 5 Fears game yesterday. All of those games were close. And, you can be very close and still lose convincingly. And that's kind of what happened yesterday. It's so great on Strive, keeping it close. That's fabulous. However, you have got to you've got to take games if you are going to go further. And wouldn't it? They would love to find themselves in a top 4 position. But right now, it feels like Bro Crocos, as close as the games are, they have the doors locked and they're holding the keys just out of the reach of Hallowest, Eagle, and Wilu.
It's like a father dangling his keys in front of the child. It's maybe a little bit rude, but Strive, they do take the time out as we see. I'm not really sure what they want to talk about, because yes, they were quite a few more double commits. There were quite a few more team bumps this game from Strive. At the same time, though, were they that impactful? Did they hurt that much? it's still a very close affair. I don't know where one would actually put if there's an obvious thing to fix for Strive Esports.
It's a very solid question, and as I think back on the last two games and how they've played, it's the only thing I can think of is once they get there, because they certainly have been very good at building opportunities and creating and getting there. They got to find that extra sort of 10% of venom when they're up against the Bro Crocro's goal line, because a few of their shots have either gone wide or Bro Crocro's have been fairly calm in defense and have not allowed it through. So it's just literally that those last 2 meters between the attack and the other side of the goal line.
Well, those last few meters, right, in the offensive third, those are the most important ones. Oh, kickoff, nearly missed the kickoff goal here from the Bro Crocro's. Didn't quite see what was happening. Probably a fake kickoff attempted by Strive that was just simply red, but now Stake has to be careful, has to fall back and try to stay the play, as it were. Here, a few hectic seconds mark the start of Game 3.
And that's another Bro Crocro's opportunity. Jeff does very well to sort of pop it into an awkward position, but Strive up to it. And now, another team bump, Mark. This is what? Stop that!
You're getting to my stage from yesterday. You're getting there. When I watched Strive play yesterday, I was frustrated, but Strive can't let that frustration get the better of them. Anger is a potent spice. It works in small quantities, but take too much of it into your brain, into your heart, and it will ruin your day. Strive can absolutely not allow that to happen. It seems like they've got it all under control for now. Willu, just a cheap shot. No problem for Stake.
And once again, we see Strive have no problem getting forward, getting there or thereabouts. Maybe now. I don't know if there was a touch off the back wall that just put it out of reach. And here we go. Once again, Strive doing very well to get there or thereabouts. Has been a fantastic demo, but it's that last phase of movement, Mark, where they put it in front of the net for the tap in by a teammate. Bang! Saved! Saved it off the post.
Oh, we've been treated to some absolute worldies of some saves from both teams. Stake earlier in Game 2 and now Alois in Game 3. Absolutely sublime stuff on the goal line, but now they're going to have to do it again. Stake to the backboard. Willu jumps in and keeps it away from immediate danger. Ravi, though, second opportunity. Ravi again finds his master in Willu.
So far, Strive defending very well here, and for me, the next goal is going to be one of those make or break points, because if Bro Crocro score, I feel that might be the series opportunity here. Alois can't get it down and tucked under the crossbar, and there we go, making the opportunities, and another one coming, popped over, but Bro Crocro's not too troubled in saving it.
The Croc is under immediate danger, but the Croc is not out of it just yet. They are fighting tooth and nail with everything they have on the goal line, but they keep a clean sheet here against Strive in game number 3 thus far. But Strive is knocking on that door. Alois, no boost. That's going to be disastrous, especially with Ravi hitting the upper 90 like it's no one's business.
Yeah, Alois, oh man, he was on the backboard. Not a whiff of boost to his name. He tried desperately to meet that ball at the point of impact, and he had no hope with just a flip to defend with. And they have been punished. One was all Bro Crocro's needed in game 2 to take it, and they have that self-same 1-goal lead. It's 2v1 for the moment here. Oh, the heavy first touch leads to a wasted opportunity.
So well done, though, from Ravi on the defense. It's so hard to judge when to go in, how the attacker's going to attack you. But let me tell you about attacking from Bro Crocro's. It's easy, it's effortless, as Jeff puts in a second.
And it's Eagle's turn to be without boost, and Alois was trying to get back, and it was just sort of hopefully flying into the net, and was in no position to save it. A 2-goal deficit now for Strive. And it's looking tough. And as it stands now, I'm wondering if I was a little generous in giving Strive 2 goals. But we know for sure that they will, if they go on to lose here, Strive, they will take the experience gained and bring it all back for open number 4.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, they've said yesterday that they're most likely going to stick, so Hallowes is going to come down, hopefully for split number 2 as well. But still a long ways away, Greybeard, Bro Crocros. Yeah, they are in the lead, but they still have some work to do. Never underestimate the French in Rocket League.
Well, they've got to get through that complacency phase, which every team has when they're doing as well as this. When they're likely to go 3 games up, they might just take their eye off the ball and allow Strive an opportunity. If not now, then maybe in game 4. But with 40 seconds left to go, Strive will, if they can get 1, they will have the confidence to maybe find a way to get a second. And once again, it's up against the Bro Crocros net, but once again, Strive not finding that penetrating play to get over the line.
And, you know, there are some teams that just play better with the lead. There are some teams that don't really care if they're in the lead or behind. Strive certainly one of the prior category, a team that benefits immediately from playing with the lead. Jeff might just be enabling, though, a Strive comeback with Hallowes aiming himself for the upper 90. You could see the reaction to the camera there, Ryan. You could see how much it means to them to stick close to the Bro Crocros.
And here they come now. Hallowes with the flip reset back by Eagle, not having the best angle and also backwards to the ball. Not the best way to have a shot on net. This might fall for... Oh, Strive, what a touch from Ravi. That was so... A game-saving touch from Ravi. Gives Bro Crocros 3 on the trot. And now they are in deep, shark-infested waters, Macht.
Oh boy, and the shark, it is gnawing here. The Bro Crocros, they are here. They are here to play. They're here to spoil the party. And they are 3-0 in the lead. A best of 7 reverse sweep is what is needed from from Strive Esports. And let me tell you, there are easier things to achieve than that.
Well, I think the list of things that easier to achieve is long and varied, but it isn't over yet. And in moments like this, I always think what a great story it is to reverse sweep. It's very rare, which makes the story so compelling, so fantastic. So, and in order to have that story, you got to start with being 3 behind. And I think that's a deep level of copium there on my part for Strive. But I would like to see them come out of this with a game or 2. And I do think they can take this game 4, because in my mind, this is so often the game that a team in Bro Crocro's position will give up.
Yeah, definitely. It is the one that is sort of most likely to lose if you're 3 up. And you sort of let your foot off the gas just a little bit. So, Strive Esports, if literally, this is your last chance of the Boston split. This is your last chance to actually make it work. Hallowes, boy, stretches far, but he gets there in the end.
Well, that was a fantastic save from his own shot. Oh my goodness gracious, that would have just... I think they might have just crumbled altogether had that gone in. But they stay alive, so now they've got to shake it off and get themselves back into this game, knowing full well that they need to do or they're going to die.
Yeah. Do or die. That is it for Strive Esports and the Bro Crocros. Let's not forget, the winner of this game plays the Pioneers in the semi-finals, but that's a long way away. Good shot, even better save from Snake. Second attempt. It's not going to be any problems for Jeff.
Yeah, the rebound shot on net was way too timid, way too tame. Hallowes now doesn't retain control in the air, but it is still going to go toward the net. Stake with a long distance clear, picked out of the air by Willu. And puts pay to any danger for now, but it feels like we've been here before multiple times, Macht. Strive keeping pace with Bro Crocros at the score 0-0, but then out of the blue you expect a Bro Crocros goal to come from somewhere and kind of put pay to the whole. Oh dear, oh no. And there it is, and it happened in very disappointing fashion. Jeff with no boost flicks the backflip. Was that Eagle who backflipped, and then the last defender demoed? No hope.
Yeah, I think it was Willu. Eagle did everything correct. He just forced the flick in the midfield, but then Willu just, unfortunately he did backflip, and now fake kickoffs coming out from Strive yet again. This time successful, but in the end, no real area gained for them. Shot on target. Ravi and Steak combined to hit the ball too high. Strive will survive on still a 1-goal deficit.
And it's got to be frustrating. I'm feeling a little frustrated because it's been such a fantastic run from Strive, and if they go down here in a sweep, it's not a look. I think they can be proud of themselves for getting to top 6. That's already a massive victory. But to go down 4-0 feels like a little bit of a timid giveaway.
But they're 4-0s and 4-0s, right? And I feel like this one would be very much one of the closer ones, where Strive, I feel like they would have deserved to win at least one game to make it a 4-1 series. In the end, though, well, you're only deserving that what you can give yourself. Rocket League and RLCS especially doesn't owe you anything. It's awkward for Steak, but with all his experience, he makes do with it and now drives the counterattack down that left flank of his past Hallowest into the center. Who is there? No one, just Hallowest.
Oh, it's the pressure on Jeff. Last man back, trying to buy some time. Steak misses. No one there from Strive to punish. They're going to keep it there or thereabouts. Can they find that venom in the last 2 meters in front of the net? Well, they're getting into those last 2 meters easily enough, but can't take it any further, and that's not going to help. A bit of a hopeful shot toward the backboard. Doesn't come to anything. Bro Crocro's quite happy to keep defending here. There's been a demo. Maybe that opens something up for them. Little touch and no one there from Strive immediately to pounce. They've spread a little thin in attack, and that's not allowing them to get that really threatening position in front of net.
Massive 50-50 there from Jeff, and that's enabling Bro Crocros to come through. Look at the right wall. Jeff had 0 boost. He didn't care. He went for it. His recovery, even better to disrupt Willu. And that's goal. The shot is good from Steak, but that's 90% on Jeff.
2 goals and 2 goals to find in the remaining 75 seconds. Or Strive's foray into the top 6 is going to come to a close. And you feel if this goes in, if Ravi puts it right in front, there it is! Steak finishes from Ravi's setup, and that is probably game, set, and match for this quarterfinals.
What a 50-50 from Ravi there onto Willu. And yeah, I tend to agree with you on this one, GB. It is most likely going to be the end of Strive Esports. But let's not forget, still, a career best finish for Eagle, a career best finish for Hallowest. So there's stuff to take away from it. And Hallowest has got another shot on target, saved away by Ravi. Second attempt. Pass from Willow to Eagle, unfortunately not accurate. Now Hallowest very far up, but he still can recover.
Man, they've had some great plays in front of their net in keeping the ball out, but they're not going to defend themselves to victory here. And there's goal number... No!
Goal number crossbar from Bro Crocros. Jeff can't put it in from 2 inches out. Unfortunate scenes for the young man. But, I mean, at this point, it would only be cosmetic surgery. You can't change... You can change the flesh, but you cannot change the skeleton. 3-0 or 4-0, doesn't quite matter. In the end, Ravi, another opportunity. Can he go somewhere? Oh my goodness gracious! Ravi, you are filthy!
You know what's amazing about watching Ravi? He is so good, and if you ever meet him live and in person, he is such a quiet, unassuming young man. which completely goes against his savagery out on the field. Fantastic work from Bro Crows. They are victorious and will move forward to the semi-finals. Yet again, the Bro Crows find themselves in the top 4, and no doubt Strive Esport, the reunion team of Willu, Eagle, and Hallowist will be back with a little bit of experience now under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, it's a top 6 finish after all, and we've alluded to it. And it was maybe, okay, take away that last minute where they have to open up, where they had to really go for it, or go forward full force. But it was a really close year. 3 1-goal games before that. So honestly, I hope Strive use this off-season now for them to figure out a few things. They've got like a month and a half. That's plenty of time for scrims. And then I think in Split 2, if they stick, hoping they stick, we will see a different version of Strive Esports.
And I feel like we're getting closer and closer to that reunion breakthrough. You know, they've been around since the very beginning of SSA RLCS, and it feels like they're getting closer. A reunion team, you know, they make a main event, they make a top 8, they make a top 6. We're getting closer and closer, and I really hope it's going to be that Willu and Eagle will be there when it finally comes.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully they will, but I mean that's a first taste of what Reunion maybe can achieve as a trio together. But I feel like my job's done here, so let's bring in the desk and let them talk about this great opening series.
Done for now,
it was a
but
little
not
bit of
done.
a disappointment. It was a little bit of a disappointment. I felt like, given that you're fine. You know what? You've been host for so long. I feel like a little bit of an interloper myself. Unfortunately, our resident interlopers were not able to put up the performance that we were hoping for. You know, a lot of our predictions had them taking 1 series, maybe even 2 series. But unfortunately, they did kind of fall at that final hurdle. But Ultrism, it did also feel like, you know, we had a lot of good things to say about Strive yesterday, but today it kind of felt like maybe that coordination just wasn't where it needed to be. And Brococos were really firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, we knew Brococos was coming in as a good, consistent team, and so it was going to take something special from Strive. And the thing we called for from the beginning was communication. You know, when they look like they're a team with one vision, they're able to do so much. They're getting the nice passing plays. You got someone like Hallowist yesterday who was starting most of their plays by taking the ball up in the center through the long air ball or something like that. Today it was kind of just boomer ball. They kind of hit the ball away and then hoped that someone could catch up faster. And it's not something that Brococos is going to let them get away with. So Strive, it was not their best day. We've seen more, and that's why I thought at least one game they could bring it together. They had their chances, but they just couldn't finish or really couldn't put on any sustained pressure, I think.
I think that brings up a really strong point as well, just in terms of like, the casters said it, this was much closer than what the scoreline gives, gives credit for. Sure, they only managed to score 2 goals over the course of the series, but they kept the Crocos at bay for a large part of this, Bromeo. So what do we think was the big factor there? What is the takeaway for Strive here that they can build on to turn that into future success?
Look, I have this thing with Strive where I thought they didn't have what it took to make it all the way, and then they made it all the way, and now again they've receded back into that what if territory, and I think that is all of it. It is simply consistency. Consistency in this situation is everything, because they showed they've got the talent, they've got the mechanics, and at times they've got the team synergy to pull off some incredible plays. But at the same time, the teams above them just have the consistency to do it week in, week out. And I feel like what we need to see from Hallowist and the rest of his team is just simply that. They need to show up more often, and they need to be more consistent with their results. Everything else is there, but they just have a bit to work on.
And just as a reminder for everyone... Oh, sorry, Grobia, go ahead.
I'm going to start using our internal system for communication any moment now, and then this won't happen. And as close as it was, and Bromeo makes a very good point. And as we were saying at the start of the game, it's a experience. They've got themselves this far. They now need the experience at that level. Hey, they've got a big tick in that box now for the opens going forward. But from Bro Crocro's point of view, it's sort of like a long distance race. You don't need to win by 12 lengths. You just got to finish ahead, and it felt a lot like that from Bro Crocro's. Happy to keep pace with them, but then at some point, okay, step on the gas, take a goal, take 2 goals, win the game.
Absolutely. So now I just want to remind everyone about the driver of the day. So go ahead and get your vote in for that, acgl.gg/vote. You don't have to do it right this second, but you can. And that's actually going to bring me to my next point, which is Jeff. I mean, this is somebody that we kind of highlighted on the desk beforehand, but I have it on good authority that 2 of our desk mates or talent members were chatting during our desk earlier, talking about, Jeff's had a bit of a tough time, and maybe Jeff heard him because it felt, Bromeo, like Jeff really stepped up today.
Jeff really did. He's an incredible player, and we spoke him up a lot in the pre-show, and rightfully so. He's one of those players who's, and we just mentioned consistency, he's consistently gotten better and consistently showed up, and today was one of those days. So it's really, really good to see the chap perform on the biggest stage, and it's only on up for him.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to have to cut it there because we do need to talk about our next series, which is just around the corner. So on the topic of voting, make sure that you let us know, Twitch chat, who you think is going to take game number 2. Let's dive into the conversation about that, because this time it's another upstart. It's Unity, but it's taking on Amapiano, who are one of the teams that are starting to make an argument for themselves for being potentially, considered in one of those top teams. They've had some really strong performances over the last couple of opens. They keep kind of proving themselves over and over again. And the question remains, how far can they take this? They're coming up against Unity today, but this is just kind of, maybe it seems a little unfair, Greybeard, but it feels like this is just their next stepping stone.
Well, they came close. Amapiano in open number 2. They could have got themselves into a top 4, but they did come up against the Bro Crocros, coming up against Unity, taking nothing away from what Unity have done to get themselves here. This is a golden opportunity to find themselves in the top 4 and to start, as you've pointed out, making the argument for themselves, because they are the ones who are at least flirting with, hey guys, we may well be the number 4 team.
Absolutely. I mean, they did make it all the way up to that top 4 in open number 2 as well. And it feels like it's just that stone's throw away. But, we really tried to up our underdogs coming into today's Strive. We put quite a bit of respect on them for making it this far. What is going to be the key proponent here for Unity Altruism to try to kind of make an argument for themselves, particularly because we've looked at them and we've gone much like we did with WRG last Open. Congrats for making it here, but are you really going to be able to achieve much more? How do they make that argument?
I think this is going to be an interesting point. Unity has got the better matchup according to whether you're wanting to take on Bro Crocros or Amapiano. Amapiano is the slightly more fallible team. They have the ability to do incredible things, but they have their moments where they let it go down. I think everyone from Amapiano is going to be very highly mechanically gifted, something that Unity won't be able to keep pace with. But these are 3 old retired unks who've come out there. They know how to play good, solid Rocket League and have been around for long enough to know what a power shot is, kind of thing. So that's what they need to do. They need to play their good game plan. They need to let some chaos go around and not let it get too out of control. So nice aggression, try to shut people down, cut down the space on their opposition. But otherwise, then when they get that break, when someone goes for something ridiculous and messes it up, go and get yourself a solid counterattack. Put a couple of shots on the backboard and keep the pressure on your opposition. Play the unk game. It works. It did for many years, and it's a nice different meta that a lot of the youngsters are not used to right now. So Unity has their best shots, but it's not an easy one.
It definitely is going to be a bit of a tough call for them. And for Amapiano, I mean, Greybeard, you were just kind of making the point about how it felt like kind of a slow and steady wins the race for Prokokos, maybe saving energy for those later games. Do we feel like for Amapiano it's going to be a similar scenario here where they could afford to play a slightly slower game and conserve that energy, or do we think that they might have to come through kind of guns blazing for this one?
Most definitely not. Neither of these teams are that kind of team that can pace themselves, can be at that level and just pace themselves. While Amapiano are making their case for number 4, they're still they've still got a lot to do, and I don't think they're at that level of synergy. I mean, Brokrokos have been together this entire split. Amapiano came together in open number 2. But just on the point I made about Jeff and his breakthrough, what I love about Amapiano is they've got a breakthrough player who's probably going to have his breakthrough season now, and that being Nitro. He had my vote for driver of the day yesterday. He had Bromio's vote for driver of the day yesterday. And with the legend that is Cam. So the potential, I don't think we've seen the ceiling of Amapiano yet. But having said that, they can't nap and take it easy. They have to graft and graft early.
I think we were talking about, big potential, playing Unk ball, as our fellow Ultraism says. And there are some really, really big old names there. But also by the same token, Greybeard just mentioned Cam. Cam has been, consistently up there as one of the best players in our region. To say that Amapiano is neither here nor there, the only thing holding them back is purely roster consistency. So Cam, Nitro, Kexi, as a unit, if they spend some time together like they have, their results have been consistently getting better. And that, I think, is why they rightfully have the favorites tag.
All right, well, we're going to have to do very quick predictions this time around, folks, because it's just around the corner. So kicking off with you, Bromio, who's taking this series?
Amapiano, as much as I love Unity, it's not even going to be close. 4-1.
Greybeard?
I reckon a 4-2, but I'm not going to stake my beard on it this time for Amapiano.
Ultraism?
If Amapiano really wants to compete for that top 3, top 4 spots, they need to do this as cleanly as possible. I think they want to come out of this with a 4.
I must admit, I'm with Alt on this one. I think it's going to be a little bit of a sweep. What did Twitch think? Let us know. Let's have a looky-loo. And it's close. It is so close. I think the Unity fans are out in their droves. It was something we spoke about. The community support behind Unity. It really does just kind of come with the name. But let's kick off our second quarterfinal of the day. Amapiano making a case for top 4. Unity making a case for relevance. Who's going to come out on top of this one?
The Cinderella story from Unity Esports continues with a challenge from an Open 2 top 4 team. Amapiano have been incredibly impressive during this split, and they continue to build on every performance, growing as they go. Meanwhile, the out-of-nowhere nature of this Unity rise has raised questions of longevity. Will the clock be striking midnight, or is there more dancing to be done? Myself, Rhino, and Mustfish will be your Brothers Grimm for today's tale.
And children, let me tell you a story. The great story of Cinderella, Unity Esports, and the great adversary, the evil stepmother, Amapiano, spoiling the fun and trying to hinder Unity to go to the ball, but SkulkG has got no interest. He's found his shoe.
Absolutely wonderful Cam miss touch on that left-hand wall, and SkulkG fires that one into the bottom right corner. Unity Esports immediately latching onto a mistake from Amapiano. A story told on the desk of Amapiano being a little bit too strong for Unity. Well, they strike first.
Let's see if Unk Ball can get them over the line indeed. I love that phrase, by the way. It is a beautiful invention. Thank you, Ultraism, for that one. But yeah, Unity Esports, it's been long since they've been here, right, Rhino? Like, it's been 2023, the last time that Friction and Lackstar have made a top 6. That's 2.5 years ago, June 2023. For SkulkG, it was June 2022, the last time he made a top 6. So these boys, they've been washed with everything that Rocket League Esports can put at them. They will not be under pressure. The pressure is well and truly on the side of Amapiano. Everyone expects them to sweep. Everyone expects them to spoil the party. Well, the question is the wisdom of droughts correct here?
Be very, very careful with your phrasing, Mark Fish, in future. By just saying they've been washed and then taking a pause is a little bit crazy. Twitch chat won't be too happy with that one. But no, continuing your point, you're absolutely right. It's been a while, absolutely, since we've seen Unity in this position. They're doing a good job of holding Amapiano off for the moment. And just as I say it, the caster curse is alive and well in the Big 26. Mark Fish, I know you don't believe in it, but how can you not? Amapiano equalize after a wonderful demo on the goal line.
I mean, that's just how you play a 2v1 situation, to be honest. You just analyze the situation that was going to happen. I mean, Nitro had trust in Cam. He knew the shot was going to come, and he was like, you know, I'm best going to be deleting the goalie from the game. That is what you do to support your team. Nitro with the demo, Cam with the goal, and it's going to be, no, it's going to be saved by Friction. Somehow he still got up to that despite his old age.
Are we going to keep going on about this? Are we going to be keeping going on about the Unks? Goodness me. Well, this Unk still got it. Sculpt G on the left-hand side. Great work, just lasering this shot. The 50 from Friction was perfect. No one ready for it on the Amapiano side, and Unity, just as quickly as they were behind, or levels, should I say, are back in front.
Yeah, I mean, more praise has to be given for to Friction for that 50-50, because that, in the end, was frictionless. The pass off to Skulk G. Absolutely beautifully done, and Unity back in the lead. Amapiano has got their work cut out for them, and that's the problem as well for them. You know, it's a difficult one. We've seen it last open with WRG, right, with Right Rabbit Gaming. Suddenly they were in the top 6, but then they were easily dispatched. But I think Amapiano might have thought that top 4 may have been a foregone conclusion, that they wouldn't have to work so much to get it through. Unity Esports definitely showing up to play, showing up that they can still be at the top with basic but well executed Rocket League.
Sometimes that's all you need. As long as we were talking about it a little bit before as well, as long as you are able to hit the ball and make contact, you've got a chance to win the game. We see so many whiffs in the modern game of Rocket League where you just don't read the ball, or you just aren't 100% in the play. Cam was 100% in the play there. Bottom left-hand corner. Amapiano, back level. Still over 2 minutes left in this game, though.
A lot of time left to be played, but every time Amapiano having to fight from behind. Nitro can't quite get it past Lackstar. Kexi taking over control. Amapiano into the skies. It goes again. Kexi, one reset. Can he get the bump? He doesn't quite find contact with Friction. Unity Esports able to keep it away and keep it alive. Cam, though, second wave of attack coming surely, coming quickly. Nitro can't quite find the angle either, though.
Can't do so yet. Time starting to tick down. Kexi and Cam going to work together. This is Cam. Just popping the ball high. Now trying to follow through, getting the reset. No bump, but Nitro's next up. Backboard will be marshaled really well by Friction. Still ball into the middle. That will be blocked away. Unity Esports starting to just flex those muscles a little bit. Cleared away by Amapiano. Kexi trying to bring it through. He can't take it forward. Skulk G with an opportunity off the backboard. Now it's Cam to bring it away. Ball into the middle of the field. Kexi moves it forwards. Unity Esports on their backboard.
And you're speaking about flexing your muscles, and that's the thing with like retirees, right? They've just let their body go a tiny bit. It takes a bit more time to find the muscles, but that doesn't mean the muscles aren't there. And that is what Amapiano is currently experiencing. Friction, good idea for the layoff, but unfortunately neither of his teammates ready to collect it. Friction, second idea. Again, the layoff is the right choice to do, but again, accuracy lacking on the pass or the positioning of the teammate. One of the two definitely wasn't there when it needed to be. Still though, Unity pushing forward, pressing Amapiano to their own back line. Friction looking for the 50-50, but can't quite muscle his way through.
Oh my goodness, they almost do there. Friction taking the shot, good save by Cam. Unity Esports growing into this game. Starting to look like maybe it could be them to take it all the way, and Amapiano are going to be shell-shocked. You're absolutely right. Maybe they did have a little bit too much of a plan ahead for that top 4. They weren't ready for the challenge. of Unity Esports didn't do their homework, didn't do the relevant replay reviews. And now as we tick down to 0, it looks like we're going to have OT in game number 1. There it goes. Well, Markfish, here we go.
OT in game number 1, not what many would have expected here from Unity Esports, but credit where it's due. But how long can they survive? Nitro in front of the net, it's Cam! And in the end, class shines through. Cam with the clutch goal in OT to give game 1 to Amapiano.
And 8 seconds in OT. I was ready to go for a full storyline of how long can this OT go. Unity, the longer it goes on, the more opportunity they've got of stealing it away. And then Amapiano just score off the kick. That's exactly what we kind of didn't really want at the start of this game. But Unity Esports, what we definitely did want to see was them putting their best foot forwards. And that's exactly what we got from Unity. We know they are locked in. We know that this is going to be a day where Unity Esports are online. They just have to stave off Amapiano a little bit, which is very difficult when they're playing as well as they are today.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned the problems that Amapiano face, right? You mentioned that Amapiano doesn't really quite seem to have not done their homework, and Kexi told us as much yesterday in his interview, right? Where he said, Unity is not a team we've been scrumming. Unity is a team that, yes, we know the players, yes, we know the names. Of course, everyone in the community in SSA knows Skull G, Friction, and Lackstar. But you don't know how these three are going to play together. You don't know how these threes are going to combine. And that's really the difficulty for Amapiano. You could see that visibly on the pitch. But in the end, it was enough in game 1. And I feel like Amapiano's only going to go stronger and stronger from here. So, yeah, Cinderella has got a work cut out for them.
Yeah, there is a lot of work to do. Absolutely. You've got to keep scrubbing those floors to get to the ball. Unity Esports are going to try that now. Cam wanting the initial opportunity off the kickoff, doesn't come through. And that is something that Amapiano have clearly been working on. Their kickoff strategies have caught out so many teams at the top level of SSA, and they continue to do so. It's really refreshing to see.
Nice little passing place here from Amapiano, also refreshing and nice to see. Down the entire length of the pitch, Kexi gonna try to put some more pressure onto Unity, which is, it's a feel-good team, right? Unity, you can't help but root for them. That's why Twitch chat is so in favor of them. That's why they're universally beloved, almost, I would say. And losing that game 1 in the way that they did, in the fashion that they did, 8-second overtime, that might be the least feel-good thing that could have happened to the feel-good team.
No, but what it also does is it provides confidence to their fans and to them themselves. That was a close one. But as I say, what it really does do is it allows you to believe. And that's what some of these teams need. They just need their fans. They need themselves to believe that they can get a victory, believe that they can get a game win. And that is what that game 1 did. There will be fans in chat still very excited about the prospect of Unity Esports taking a game against who are a top 4 team in the region. I don't think anyone would disagree with that.
Certainly in the contention for it. For top 4 Amapiano after beating Broke Crocos last time around as well in a Game 7 thriller at this stage. So certainly one you have to keep your eye on. And I mean, we've talked about it on the desk. Or it has been talked about on the desk as well. But hang on a second, put a hold on that thought. Friction has put one past Amapiano. They can't quite get it out. Nitro and Kexi called out by that 50-50, and Kexi, rush as he might, he cannot reach it.
Unk Ball is alive and well. Take a shot. Make sure it's got power. Make sure it's on target. And you never know what will happen. Kexi not ready for that pot shot from Unity. And oh no, have they overcommitted here a little bit? No. Scott G will be able to recover. Cam goes by. So Nitro now brought into the play, moving towards the left-hand side. Doesn't get beyond Blackstar. Will pick up the 100, but might not be able to help out. Cam, that's really intelligence played into the corner, away from the Unity players. Nitro looking maybe for a redirect there. Doesn't come through for him at this occasion. The ball down towards him was a little bit too soft as we reach the halfway mark.
It's an awkward team to play against Unity as well for Amapiano, right? Where you're so used to it being high-flying, super mechanical now, even in SSA with the influx of imports that we had through the last 2 years. Now with the 2/3 rule, the tactics have changed, and here comes this old team relying on nothing but the basics. Not really any fancy shenanigans going on here, but it's still effective. Shot after shot, defended away by Amapiano for now. Off to Friction, but Laxter is in the way, as often happens with these side flip passes. Skull G keeps up the pressure. Kexi, good little control touch, and that's going to be enough to clear their lines. But Unity Esports certainly know when and how many men to put forward.
Yeah, they do. It's measured attack from Unity Esports. They are very good at understanding the game state. Here's an opportunity. The redirect from Kexi might just set up Nitro, but he doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, so Kexi has to push it into the corner. There's no follow-up. Amapiano starting to maybe run out of ideas a little bit in this game number 2. Kexi trying to forge a new one, but it's away by Skulk G, picked up by Cam off the left-hand side. The touch is heavy. That's going to invite Unity to challenge, move into the play. Clearance should be there from Nitro, but the touch is really weak. And now it's going to be Skulk G with an opportunity off the corner. Kexi sends it long.
Laxter, just take it into the corner, take it slow, use your time. And time is ticking in their favor. The clock, the 4th man on this pitch for Unity Esports. For how long? Cam looking for an opponent, can't quite make contact. Kexi's shot saved away from Laxter. Now Skulk G will take over. Gets a pass 1. Can't quite get it past Cam this time around. Friction 2 for forward. Laxter has to be mighty careful. Gets it around first instant, second instant. Kexi up high. No problems for Skulk G yet again.
And the current turtle up from Unity Esports is working a treat. Just everyone stay on the line, try and get the ball away. But make sure you are back to make a save if called upon. Amapiano can't break this armor down. It must be made of diamond or something. Cam trying to move forwards, looking for the top right corner. And there is a chink in the armor. There's a little gap in the carbon atoms. And we're all level with 14 seconds to go.
I'm looking at the background, I'm looking at Skulk G, and I'm not quite sure what his plan was right there. I think he just accidentally might have tipped onto his jump button away from the back, but oh no, double trouble perhaps here. Cam versus Skulk G, and Cam does it so well. He fakes, he makes you second guess, he makes you triple guess, but in the end, guess wrong.
That's how quickly a game of Rocket League can turn around. A 1-goal lead is never comfortable. And Amapiano prove it right there and then. They get the job done. They do have to hold on for the next 5 seconds, and I do mean it. A 1-goal lead is never comfortable. It certainly isn't right now with the ball moving towards the Amapiano net. An opportunity here for Friction, moving it forward. Will Unity Esports get one more chance? Cam needs help to try and get this ball on the ground. And it is done. It's a 2-0 lead for Amapiano, but it is nowhere near as easy as people predicted it would be.
You know, when I said game 1 was an it was not a feel-good way to lose a game? I feel like this might have been worse. I honestly feel like this might have been worse for Unity Esports. 20 seconds from death, and Amapiano able to once again spoil the party. Cinderella is consistently being kept out of the ballroom. All she wants to do is dance. Let her do it, Amapiano.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame when people don't get what they arguably deserve. But Unity, the fact is, it's one moment. All Rocket League Cup boils down to sometimes is one moment where you just don't quite get it right. Your opponent takes advantage. You're only 1-0 up, and then suddenly you're on the back foot. You're level. The kickoff goal follows. It is heartbreaking. It is absolutely heartbreaking for Unity. I do wonder if they'll take a timeout here. I'm not allowed to talk about timeouts based on what happened yesterday, but I am curious as to whether one will appear.
No, you can talk. Don't worry. You won't get abused by me.
It's not about you. It's about them. It's not about you. It's about them.
I think Unity wants to get going as fast as possible. Friction just inches away from the back post as Friction goes to the skies again. What can Old Man do? Perfect control on the air dribble. Friction double tap opportunity. No. Taken away by Cam.
Yeah, Ungot moves. That air dribble was absolutely gorgeous. You wouldn't expect to see much better from anybody else in the region. Kexi left. Not going to find anybody in the middle. Skulk G sends it away, but that's a nice pass down. The infield pass, the backboard hit, but saved away. A little bit of a double commit on this near side, and now Unity Esports look a little bit fragile. Like a glass slipper being shattered below them. Amapiano take the lead in game 3.
No reaction from Kexi. Absolutely no visible reaction after scoring the first opening goal here for Amapiano in game 3, because let's not forget, most of the time this series, Amapiano has been chasing a lead. They actually haven't spent that much time in the lead right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they have it. Now they are in front. How will that change the game plan, if at all? I would expect it doesn't. Kexi on the right-hand side. Will now be a nice pass infield from Nitro again. Cam looks to snipe the bottom right corner. A triple commit on the goal line from Unity Esports. Set up the Great Wall of Unity, and it will not be penetrated on this occasion.
Power of friendship really comes through for Unity Esports on the goal line, but power of friendship here as well. Cam double tap and down! Oh, Skulk G, try as he might, he cannot keep it out. Too much power, too much venom behind that shot.
I think I saw in chat someone say that Cam is likely to be given driver of the day so far, based on what we've seen in these first 2 games. The third game is a pretty good advert for him as well. Cam very much up for this one. The 3-man passing play off the kickoff. Not going to happen this time for Amapiano, just slightly behind the play. Nitro tried to bring Cam into it, couldn't do so. But I do genuinely think Cam has been absolutely lights out in this series. If he can continue this through for the rest of the day, a lot of teams in this region are going to be concerned about having to go up against this Amapiano roster. Backboard found, cleared away by Unity.
Unity, though, in this game 3, a lot more pressure on them. They can't attack as freely. They can't quite find the gaps in the midfield as freely as they were before. And Amapiano seemingly just cleaning a lot of stuff up and not thinking too far ahead again with a potential match of 5 fears waiting in the semi-finals. Just taking it time after time, but that time might just be a little bit longer than they want. Friction with the halving of the lead.
Here we go then. An option for Unity Esports, a way back in. Just over half of the game still to play. Amapiano, their guard down for a moment, and we talked earlier about moments, about how quickly the Rocket League game can turn around. Amapiano don't want the momentum to shift. Kexi makes sure to get the demo on the way out at least, so the attack has fewer teeth than maybe it could have done.
Let's see if Unity can use that one goal to their advantage to generate some sort of momentum. Friction takes control quite nicely there on his right flank, putting in Cam, but Cam does so well with the first touch and then the recovery off the sidewall. Nitro, player who's looking for his own breakout season, gets a beautiful pass down, but where's his teammate? Kexi can't quite wrap around, and it's a tremendous opportunity wasted by Amapiano on the other side. Hello, this is long, this gets longer, but it's wide.
No one on the Amapiano side was ready for that dunk in the midfield. Unity Esports almost took advantage, but the shot wasn't on target. Now Cam goes over the top, gets a lovely pancake. Not against the backboard, against Skulk G. But doesn't happen for them. Pop tie for Nitro. Backboard double off the crossbar. Amapiano keep asking questions that Unity simply don't have an answer for. Kexi looking to drive this down. Good save.
The answers, they do come out in the end on the goal line. But certainly if you're a Unity supporter, you'd wish they would come out about 30 yards sooner on the pitch. Amapiano's pressing them down so much, but still only that one goal between them. One mistake is all Unity need from Amapiano's. Friction. An enviable position to be in at the moment with the direction of play, but does well to avoid Nitro's demo attempt. Can he lay it off to Skulk G? That's a big question. moving forward, but in the end, nothing to come of it.
No, for sure. Nitro down the left side. And for Kexi, but nothing doing. 36 seconds. We know how important these final few seconds of a game can be after game 2. Unity won't need to be reminded. Can they be on the right side of it this time? Ball over to that right-hand side, but intercepted by Cam. Backboard double. Cam! Oh, off the post! Cam has got so many of these double touches. You just expect them to drop. It doesn't, and the counter-attack is in from Unity. Cleaned up by Amapiano's defense. One final chance.
Blackstone Friction wasting a lot of boost for not a lot of benefit. It's Golf G. Misses that one. Mistakes trying to creep in for Unity. Gone for the long clear. But in the end, it was a little bit too long. Amapiano on match point after 3 games played.
Oh, goodness me, Marked Fish. Right. I've spoken before. There have been previous games where I've said they are the least sweepy sweeps I've ever seen in my life. And I just start to feel like that's going to be the storyline coming off the back of this. Unity are not a million miles away. They are very, very close to getting the better of Amapiano. But when it comes to those crucial moments, when it comes to having that ice and having that mentality of still needing to be in the game, they just don't seem to have that right now. And Amapiano do.
Yeah, at the same time, though, I feel like Unity sort of is as good as Amapiano lets them. It feels to be like there's an invisible in a sweet little dance where maybe it's enough respect that comes out from the new generation towards the old guys. Like, yeah, we're gonna take it light on you. We're not gonna take it 5-0, 5-0, 5-0, 5-0. We're gonna make you feel like you've got a chance.
Maybe there is an air of that. I don't want to harp on that rhetoric too much because I do believe that Unity have made their own chances. We've seen some really lovely plays over the top from Friction especially. Blackstar has had some really nice dribbles as well. I don't think it is all as one-sided as you say as maybe you bring up there. What I would suggest is that Amapiano across the series have looked like the better side, do deserve to be winning it, and do deserve to be in the position that they are. My suggestion would be that Unity have shown they at least maybe deserve a game or 2.
Maybe 2 might be a stretch, but yeah, I would say just for the courageous performance that we see, right, from Unity against Amapiano, who is on paper clearly the favorite team. Yeah, I would say it would warrant 1 game, but we often say that with sweeps, and oftentimes it doesn't come true. Maybe Unity can prove to us that they do have something. They do have the power of friendship forcing their way through as Kexi. Now for Amapiano, they're putting some pressure onto the old guard, and Nitro is there to push it home from the old guard to the young one. Nitro, 1-0.
Hi, Kexi. Hope you're well. Yeah, got right up in the face of the camera on that one. Yeah, there is a part of me which doesn't want to see Unity get a game, and the only reason I say that is because that would mean that Bromeo gets a perfect prediction, and he's already winning the predictions competition, and I want a shot to actually win it.
Mate,
so
you're not catching him. You're 10 points behind.
Who says? There is lots of season left. All right, there is plenty to play for moving into Split 2. I'm not panicking just yet, but you know, a point gained over him in this particular game would be ideal. And need I remind you, I'm the only one on the panel to get a perfect prediction in the first game of the day, so I'd love a perfect day. Thank you very much.
How do you know Rhino is having a perfect prediction? He lets you know, people. Trust me, it's even worse in the green room.
Everyone hates me. It's fine.
But no, I understand your argument, and let's see still if Unity, despite your prediction, can perform to the level that they certainly want to. Because also, if you're Unity, right, you're making top 6 through the upper bracket. You don't want to go out 4-0, 4-0, but it might just happen. Kexi, lovely air control there for the second goal of Amapiano.
Yeah, really nice work from Kexi, just getting that one over the top of the double commit that's coming through in front of the net. And we both talked about it yesterday at different times, which kind of tells you that we know what we're talking about to a degree. It feels very much like the White Rabbit gaming run from Open 2, where they got through into the top 6 through GSL, looked pretty good in those Friday games as well. But then when it got through into the mainstream, into that top 8 position, just didn't have enough to really give us kind of confidence in that run. And that very much feels a little bit like the Unity that we're seeing here today. Again, deserve to be in that position, not going to take that away from them, but it does feel like they will be falling with a whimper rather than a march.
Yeah, the big boys might just be one step too big for the Unities, the WRGs of this world, where, I mean, we talked about it as well earlier, that, you know, this sort of who makes top 8 and top 6 can sometimes just be a day performance thing, especially if some of the top teams looking at Synthesis are underperforming or are just very volatile in their performance levels. That means that a top 6 is tenable, a top 6 is a achievable thing, but past that it's going to be so difficult because you're almost always going to run into a Broke Crocus, an Amapiano at this stage. And that's these teams, they just show that they're leveled to this, right? They're different tiers, so to speak.
Magfish cast where he doesn't talk about Synthesis's volatility challenge impossible. As
it's
now
not SSA without it.
It's not. It simply isn't. It makes me feel at home, actually. Yeah, it's a constant that we must continue to have. A bit of a double commit on that left-hand side that simply does not come through. And now Unity try to move back down the other side of the field. Friction, bit of a Neo dodge on that one as he avoids the bump. Blackstar trying to force the ball over the line at the near post. Another opportunity coming through, but Amapiano able to break free.
I love the utter dejection from Kexi there in the camera after Nitro took his solo play away from him. He was like, come on, man. You could like clearly see his articulation and be like, oh man, just let me clip here. And just stopping to play for a tiny bit. You can see the players are just having fun with it. They know that's a 3-0, a minute left to be played. That certainly is a very improbable to come back, and Kexi might just get his goal here. There we go. He does get it. 4-0. That is the final nail in the coffin, and Cinderella, well, she will not get to the dance at the end after all.
No, she's going to be stuck in the cellar for a long time now. Unfortunately, no freedom for Cinders. As there's an opportunity right off the kickoff. Sculpt G coming off that left-hand side, not really getting too much done there. But I tell you what this game really does do, and that sets up Amapiano really well for moving forwards in the games today. They will be taking on 5 Fears. As far as I remember, a rematch from Open 2, question mark?
Yeah.
Yep, it absolutely is. They took a game off 5 Fears in Open 2 as well. I wonder if they can go a little bit further. This is a good warm-up for them, for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, this is a, I wouldn't say perfect series, but it's one where you can get the mechanics dialed in, right? You can sort of feel, okay, how am I doing mechanically? How is my car feeling? Is it heavy? Is it soft? Is it, like, feeling agile? And that's a really good, you know, gauging series here for Amapiano, knowing, though, that, of course, the next opponent they're going to hit in 5 years is going to give them a lot more grief than Unity Esports was able to do just yet. But still, a commendable performance from Unity. And let's not forget the season best finish from an all sub-Saharan Africa or South African roster. No Europeans on that team, just local class.
And that is something that we love to see. And that is a storyline that we will continue to use moving forwards. The 2/3 rule is in effect. You are welcome to use it, but it's so nice to see the quality of SSA show and claim a top 6 in the region. Very nice indeed from Unity, and we do hope that we get to see them again in Split to reach the heights of the region, because it's just so much fun to have them here, to be honest.
Yeah, they're a feel-good team. Everyone loves them. And I think it's all time we pay our respect to Unity Esports. But Sam, Romeo, how was it watching that one in the green? Did you have fun? Did you enjoy it? Did you banter? How was it? What's your thought?
You know what, banter is the word. It was, I think the truest banter was in that first game when Unity got the first goal and everyone just went, hold up. And then unfortunately it didn't keep going. Or Romeo, what do you think?
Man, we saw Unk Ball through and through, and I am a fan. I love that they were able to create some passing plays. There were some opportunistic goals. It wasn't a complete blowout, and it was still interesting to watch for the casual viewer. So that for me is everything. Unity managed to leave this with a top 8 finish, and in a very dignified fashion as well. So very happy to see them here. But also sanity must prevail, and glad to see Amapiano take it through.
I mean, I think it's a very similar conversation, in fact, to the one that we had in our previous matchup with the Brococos versus Strive, where we see a few goals being taken. No, Unity weren't able to snag the win, but it was a fairly close affair in a lot of the matchups. So I think, what are we drawing from this? Is this an indication of Unity maybe making that case for themselves of relevance and future relevance in some of the future opens? Or do we feel like there were maybe a few instances where Amapiano could have cleaned up, tightened up a little bit more, and how does that fare for their next game, Rhino?
I think it's a bit of both, Sam, to be honest with you. I think Unity have shown here that they have the quality to be able to get through into this top 6 stanza, into the top 8 certainly of the region, and that is exciting moving forwards into Split 2, especially when you're beating the likes of Synthesis on the way. I know Mushfish is going to throw the volatility flag, but to be honest, it's still a big scalp to take. It's still a big scalp to take no matter what the situation is. And so I think Unity definitely did show up today, and they did surprise Amapiano. I think there was a moment, certainly in that the early part of that game, where Amapiano looked around and went, wait, I swear these guys weren't meant to be this good. But Amapiano did pull it together. They did find the strategy, and in that final game, class shone through.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like that Amapiano, I talked about it during the series. That was sort of like the invisible force. They were taking it easy, and you could tell by the end of game 4, they were like, okay, let's put a few past them, and they just could when they wanted. So. But in the end, Unity, I mean, for them overall, it's been a really good split. They've made all 3 main events. They finished top 12 once, top 16 once, and now top 6, right? So this is for a team that is just there. They're here to play because they enjoy competing, right? This is just a great split to have, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in hopefully all other main events as well.
And that, of course, brings up that conversation again about low and slow, pacing yourself and preparing yourself for the upcoming matches. Because as we can see on our schedule of the day, the quarterfinals are done. And we move on to our semis. Amapiano and Brococos, certainly the teams that we expected to have made it this far, but they're up for some serious challenge ahead of them. 5 years and the Pioneers have been waiting in the wings. Now, the first matchup that we're going to have walking into our semi-final is, of course, going to be KCP taking on the Brococos. And coming off of the series that they just had, we had that conversation about, as I said, right, slow and steady, saving your energy for that. Do we think that might be a factor going into this, Bromeo? Do you think that they might have a little bit of an edge, being a bit warmer, maybe saving some of that energy? Or do you think that KCP might come through with more of an advantage, being a bit more well-rested?
I think this is very interesting to point out, is that from the upper bracket quarterfinals, it was 4-0, 4-1. Lower bracket quarterfinals, 4-0, 4-0. We are seeing a very clearly defined top 2 and a very clearly defined top 4. And for the first time, I think it's ever been that apparent. There's always been a best. There's always been, somebody at the top, and then, people there and thereabouts to follow through. There's always been a second best. But to have a top 2 and a very clear top 4, I think heading into this now, that is what you're looking at. Yes, we're talking about heat. Are these guys ready? Yes, Brocrocos have played one more game today, but traditionally, the lower bracket is always harder to play through, so you will have to favor KCP to take this one through. And having a look at those stats, it's very clear to see why.
Does everyone agree with that? Do we all agree that KCP should very easily be taking this one?
Yeah, they should, and there is a skill gap. And I've just looked at the historical results. They've played 3 times the split. Twice it was a KCP sweep, 4-0, 4-0, and once there was a Game 5 during the Swiss stage. That ended 3-2, also, of course, in favor of KCP. So overall, it's 11-2 in games in favor of KCP. So yeah, they are the favorites, but there's the big elephant in the room, right? And that is, today is not a regular day for KCP. They know that they cannot afford to lose anything. They know they have to win everything to make Boston, right? And we've seen this morning in OCE, that can affect a team. At this point, wildcard, losing to the Bulldogs in a 4-0 sweep and therefore losing their chance at the Boston Major. It has happened today already. I'm not saying it will happen here, but I'm just saying it has happened already.
I mean, you said it there. The best, Mark, is KCP. There is no more messing around. All right, Open 1 and Open 2, to take with a pinch of salt. You're one of the 2 top teams. As long as you get into the final, you've got some description of a chance. They won Open 1. That meant that they could take their foot off the gas even more so in Open 2 a little bit because they had that buffer. Not anymore. Not now. You must put your best foot forwards in this semi-final if you are KCP, because you must have the best warm-up going into that grand final that you are expected to be a part of. Because if you don't, if you show any signs of weakness against Brocrocos, 5Bers are watching this. You know that they are, and they will be scouting every single mistake that you make and going, we can take advantage. And that gives them confidence in that moment.
Well, this raises a really interesting question as far as I'm concerned in what is Brocrocos' mentality coming into this lineup? Because let's face it, they don't really have a shot at Boston. I mean, even if they win this game, then they're still relying on 5Bers to lose their semi-final, and then they have to beat 5Bers in the grand final. Realistically, Boston's not really on the cards. So, Rhino, what do we think that Brocrocos' mentality going into this matchup is going to be?
Yeah, there's a phrase I want to use, which I can't say on stream, but essentially the way that they need to approach this is I want to mess stuff up, all right? They want to come in here and they just want to cause chaos, all right? They want to prove that in Split 2, when we're fighting for the Major in Paris, they have got the potential to be challenging for those top 2 spots. And that's really where the Brocrocos' mind needs to be. It's not on, let's win this series, it's let's just see if we can cause some chaos. Let's confuse KCP. Let's get in their way. Let's do stuff in the server that they just aren't expecting and see if we can find something through.
All right, well, Twitch chat, why don't you guys let us know your predictions on this one? I know it has been in the chat, but if you haven't already, make sure to get those predictions in. And a quick reminder about our Driver of the Day vote. Make sure that you get that in. You don't have to do it right now, but you can if you really want to. And that's going to bring us very swiftly to my own analyst predictions, guys. We've said a lot of things. We've made a lot of good points. And I'll be surprised if there are any surprises, but let's have it. Starting with you, Bromeo, what is your prediction?
Look, this is going to be one of those games, and it's going to be a quick game, just like my prediction. It's going to be a strong KCP game. It has to be.
Acht?
KCP has shown at this stage that even when the stakes weren't high, they were prone to mistakes. They were prone to start slow. They were prone to getting perhaps a bit up.
Oh, okay.
For me personally, it's going to be Pioneers as well. I can't look past them. as much as I would love to be the contrarian on the desk, I also want to win the predictions contest. So Pioneers for me, thank you.
I do love that Mark has actually given over 2 games to the other side. There's a little bit of faith there. I love that. For me, less so. I'm also on the Pioneers train, maybe a little bit less leeway given. Let's see what Twitch thought, because I do believe that it's quite a strong lean in favor of KCP. And yes, predictably so, quite a heavy lean there. I think, that's a lot to do with recency bias. They were number 1 in Open 1, Open 2, they made it to the grand final. Can they replicate that today? Once again, folks, the stakes are Boston is on the line for KCP for the Crocros. It's chaos. It's madness. Can they put a stop to KCP's reign of terror, casters?
The Kansas City Pioneers are on track to grab a ticket to the major, a trip that all of their members have taken before. But will the previous international experience and determination for more be enough to carry KCP? Or could they be denied before they even see the end of today? The team that has been touted as the 3rd best team in the country, Bro Crocos is the next contender, hammering on the door and keeping the top teams on their toes. Any slip-up could cost either contender. But are there going to be enough mistakes from KCP to give Bro Crocos a chance at an upset? Or is this just the next step to prove just how gigantic our ambassadors are? It's such a pleasure to get to cast the semi-finals here with Greybeard, the first time in a long time, my friend. How do you see this playing out?
It feels like an age. KCP are 47-2 in terms of goals in this Open. I think their loss in Open number 1. They took it to heart. They have done the work they need to do to bring out the fire here.
Bit of a back and forth challenge between these two teams right now. Nice to see Bro Crocos actually threatening the backboard, and interested to see how much the Pioneers can trouble the backline. Oh, that's a great shot. A follow-up coming through there. And early shots find their way home here for the Bro Crocos. Great pressure. And Pioneers not starting off with the steady footing that we'd expect from them.
Well, just like that, they've gone from 47-2 to 47-3. Now, Bro Crocos I don't know if they gave them a scare, but they certainly pressed them. 3 overtimes in that series yesterday. So keen to see from a Bro Crocos perspective if they can give as much pressure as they did to 5 Fears, but then also how does 5 Pioneers respond to that? But outstanding start for the Bro Crocos, and their pressure continues. Finally, Pioneers get the ball a little bit out, but not beyond their halfway line.
And I think that's such a good point, Greybeard, is there's not a lot separating Bro Crocos from the top 2 teams right now, as they have to do a little bit of defensive work. And every time the Pioneers have a mistake or they don't deal with these threats properly and cleanly, the Bro Crocos are going to take advantage of them. So while Pioneers slightly more consistent and able to put in some more creative shots, the Bro Crocos, they're going to have their opportunities. I don't know what your score prediction is. They're going to find a second goal here. It trickles through there, the bounce to the corner. But it really is these tiny margins that Pioneers needs to tighten up.
Man, oh man, Ravi pushes his way through, bullies his way through. They double the score count that Pioneers have conceded all weekend. My word. Well, we had questions on how Bro Crocos are going to approach this. We've just seen it. Pioneers yet to get on the board. 2 minutes in, they're yet to find a goal. They're yet to have any appreciable pressure on the Bro Crocos net. So they're going to have to figure this out very quickly. There's been a demo, and Sweaty will smash one through.
Well, you summed it up nicely there, Greybeard. Pioneers, they didn't have any extended pressure, and this time they did. They finally get the ball moving around the opponent's net, and some beautiful angle work through the skies is what gets them that first goal. And it's going to be, as long as Pioneers can hold control of this game, they're going to feel comfortable. But Bro Crocos so far making that difficult and immediately starting to take up residence on the other side of the field.
Well, here we go. That'll probably waken the beast, maybe. That's heading awkwardly toward the Pioneers' net. Taken care of by To Die For. He'll wait patiently, gets a fantastic aerial 50, and might give Pioneers position and angle to maybe put something on. Awkward for a moment for Bro Crocros. Jeff whiffs, but he gets saved by Ravi on the goal line.
Yeah, bailed out there at the last moment. Jeff, he went for the right play, but has a better opportunity. Ravi goes from defense into offense, got Jeff on toe with him, and in fact, the whole of Bro Crocros lingering around. They're picking up those mid boosts, so you can see they're wanting to try and put up some long-term pressure. If anyone knows how to deal with that, though, it's the Pioneers. Quick transition to an offense down the other side. Ball up, and all three players have jumped. That's a lot of investment coming out from Bro Crocros, and the damage has not yet been done. Pioneers, they know how to turn even those small mistakes into extended periods. Still lingering around, still going for this. Lewis is the first into the air, and still Pioneers looking for some change. One more shot, and it's sent it wide. Sweaty, he finds the outside edge. It's those small mistakes, Greybeard, they add up.
And it's fascinating to see how long it took, but we go back to that double commit on the goal line from the Bro Crocros. They managed to keep it out and managed to keep it out for another 15, almost 20 seconds. But eventually they were punished. Oh my goodness. Nearly kickoff shenanigan disaster for Pioneers. They survive. And that would have been a wonderful turnaround. But it feels like now the Pioneers are in the ascendancy. They took a little bit of a slow running start into the semi-final, but it feels like they have finally arrived. A shot on net saved away, but pressure continues.
You can't bank on those kickoff goals carrying you, but they would do a lot at this stage when you've only got about a minute left in this competition to give you some sort of bolstering, because like you say, the Pioneers, they look like they've been poked, they've been prodded, and now they are angry, coming back in with such a pace, such creativity, and finding some great shots towards there. Bit of demos mixed in here, and it's given Sweaty some space. He beats one, loses possession of the ball, but opts it into a dangerous position, and Bro Crocros again being cramped up. Lewis P takes towards the air. Man, he's got Sweaty waiting in the center, and it finds him! Oh, the pass down is sublime!
Devastating work, and you can see the boost was running a bit thin. Stake needed to have the most. He had the least, couldn't get on the save, but the teamwork astonishingly good. And yeah, Pioneer's slow start has turned into a rush to the finish line. And it felt for a while like we might have been running toward an inevitable overtime. It might still happen. But no, in regulation, Pioneers have gone ahead. 30 seconds they've got left to stay ahead. Bro Crocros did take 5 fears to 2 consecutive overtimes in game 1 and 2 yesterday.
Bro Crocos had a chance at an overtime. This would be the best of it. They've got the possession. They're heading towards the goal. Sweaty, all he can do is try and hand it off to Die For. A bit of a collision means the ball left open for Jeff. Immediately contested, though, by To Die For. And Bro Crocos has worked so hard to get here, and still they're the ones being pressurized in the dying seconds. They got the first 2 goals, and it's all it's done is caused Pioneers to change that gear early into the series than maybe they would have wanted to. At the end of the day, they've done it early enough. Quick transition, quick turnaround, and Pioneers, they start the first game off on the right foot.
Yeah, Bro Crocros must have felt like they were cruising halfway through that game. A 2-goal lead. It's like, guys, we got this. We can do the OCE. We can cause shenanigans. We can cause chaos. We can determine the Boston Major right here and now. But Pioneers, late to the party, but it became a raucous one once they arrived.
Right? And then they kind of just like set up their campsites. They were a little bit more relaxed at that stage, and Bro Crocos is slightly more mobile, it seems, to get there, but they set up a little pub tent that's got nothing, whereas Pioneers rolling up with an entire caravan, it seems, to take residence, and they just looked so comfortable by the end. Let's be fair, Pioneers kind of, once they got around the orange goal, they didn't let it go for 30, 40 seconds, 2 or 3 shots, or very optimistic passes coming towards the center. So Bro Crocos, maybe the kickoff strats is something that you are going to use once or twice in the series, but the rest of it, that first couple of seconds when they were cramping up their opposition and dictating the pace themselves, that's when they looked the best.
Yeah, and I wonder how close Bro Crocros are getting to these top two teams, because they kept it tight and close yesterday. It's a 1-goal game here, but it's hard to know in measurable terms at what point are they an actual threat to the top two positions. And we're going to have to see how that plays out. And I really hope, one would expect them to be sticking together for the second split, but I would love to see them inching their way closer and closer to those top teams. But for now, it is Pioneers with an early shot, and Jeff, corner of the net, gets the save.
Yeah, like you say, Bro Crocos has all the ingredients to make a great team right now. Now they just need a little bit of seasoning, right? Just a couple more years together, a couple more opens together, and they seem like a team that is just about ready to start actually shaking up our scene and breaking it open to maybe a 3-team, 4-team region for potentially the first time really ever. It's so exciting to see. But for now, Pioneers, they're doing the work. They're immediately off into a great start, a confident one at the beginning, even playing around in front of his own net as Lewis P, but might have put his team in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, I'm not sure I was a fan of that. There's been a double commit by Pioneers. They do get the clear for their troubles, so they might be able to quickly reset, boost up, and position themselves. But they got to be cautious of that sort of thing, because Bro Crocros will be looking to punish any wayward play. We're wanting to grab rare opportunities coming from the Pioneers. Pioneers, though, are going through a little bit of a period of having to defend. That was floated in front of the net. The player from Bro Crocros couldn't get there for the saves. This is surely the opener. It is Ravi. Bro Crocros, like they did in game 1, have the lead.
And this is a lot more confident looking goal. Sweaty was there and thereabouts, but he was the only one with any real chance of intercepting that, and turning it into a close pass was the better option. Nice to see that, Bro Crocos. That was not just a stroke of luck from earlier. They are here to play Rocket League, and they're here to give us the contest that we wanted so badly. I don't know, Greybeard. We didn't really get a chance to do predictions. I put this in a 4-2. I believe that Bro Crocos, not if they're going to double commit like that. But otherwise, I think they've got the opportunity to leave some scratches here in the armor of Pioneers.
I also put them down for a 4-2, and I thought I was being a little bit generous. But on the evidence of the game and 2 minutes we've had, maybe I'm being a little unfair to them. Bro Crocros have the lead, but they're going to have to maintain this level of play through the entire 5 minutes, not the opening half like they did in the last game. And Pioneers, to counter that argument, you feel if they showed up from the opening whistle, perhaps they wouldn't find themselves going behind early.
But maybe that's part of the flavor, right, of Pioneers. If there's ever been something that we know of these top teams in SSA, it tends to be, we're going to do as much work as is needed. We're not going to come out firing from the gates, but we've always got more to draw on, more to add to the conversation, and maybe something that they need to check in. But it's always been a case of these guys are going to fight, they're going to try things out, they're going to let maybe 1 or 2 goals, and then they're going to step up and pull off some of the greatest Rocket League that we get to see here in SSA.
Well, while we've been waffling away, Ultrazim, the score has not changed. Pioneers still find themselves behind and not making any serious threat for the time being on the Bro Crocros net. Maybe something here, Jeff. Whoa. Jeff not allowing Sweaty any time. This might be awkward. Lewis P's up. He doesn't get a touch. Let's call it a fake. Banged in by To Die For.
You know what? I think I'm going to give the credit here as a calculated fake. With To Die For making that early turn, it might have been just make sure no one else goes up in the air, and Bro Crocos left standing. To Die For ready with the shot and had the far better angle. Much easier to pull off mechanically than Lewis P, who was in the air without the boost. Most important thing, however it happens, Pioneers back into this, level up the game, and look to carry on going. Bro Crocos want to bring that back, get themselves back into the lead as quickly as possible with the possession now, but not a lot of work being done by Jeff, and immediately it's Sweaty off on attack.
If that was indeed a calculated fake, then the level of comms is fantastic, because it had to be instant and very quick. And if they're getting to that level of comms, then this is going to be a really tough team to beat. But they have leveled it up. But Bro Crocros, not overawed, not scared. They are bringing it to Pioneers. They are going toe-to-toe with them right now as we approach the final minute with this game locked at a fairly low 1-1.
I must admit, I expected to see more goals in these two games, but both of the teams seem to be resorting to some of the higher level mechanics, the more tricky passing plays to be able to find any sort of purchase in the back of the net. Otherwise, everything being cut off relatively easy. A couple of nice little dribble plays, but all of them being shut down. A really nice early challenge there as well. Keeps Pioneers out for now. Still got the possession. We head towards the final 30 seconds. Last goal with the now on regulation almost certainly going to decide this.
Pioneers press forward. They haven't had a lot of the action, but they have some of it now. It's floating awkwardly in front of the net. It's been popped up, I think, by Ravi, and that's going to be collected by To Die For, who opts to go through the side wall, follows up his own shot. He's going to be looking for a pass, tries to find a Pioneers player. Both of his teammates hanging a little bit back, not wanting to overcommit within the dying seconds. A pass into the middle, shot blocked by Sweaty. We're probably going to an overtime, unless, oh yeah, the touch, too heavy, it dies. We're in overtime.
You still have to pause for thought, right? When you see a ball coming down towards the center and To Die For's there with some space. Pioneers are so good at ending it off early, and they do it here. Overtime be damned, just 7 seconds required. So close to ending it out in regulation, and just a couple of seconds. Bro Crocos, they find overtimes, but can't do anything with it. 2 games into the hands of our more favorited team.
And it doesn't feel like much of an overtime. I mean, 7 seconds. It's all but regulation. And that's incredibly frustrating. But we saw this from Bro Crocos yesterday. Held 5 fears to 2 consecutive overtimes in games 1 and 2, and then lost them. And you feel, if you're the underdog team, you've done incredibly well to get the overtime. You got to win them. But they don't. And they are now 2 games behind.
Well, that's got to be a frustrating thing. And this kind of starts to answer the question that you asked, Graybeard, about how far behind is Bro Crocos from our top 2 teams. So far, 1 goal in both of these games. They're maybe 3/4 of a goal if you want to count that they took it to overtime in the second one. But so far, KCP just unable to run away with the series. Still, in both of these games, unable to get a shutout, which is a big sign for them. They're making their own mistakes. But it is the slightly better offensive pressure, the ability to constrict for longer periods, and that noose is just a little bit thicker here for KCP, and able to clear their own backlines more effectively. I don't know if that's a deficit in the attack of Bro Crocos or just more experience under pressure.
Yeah, and it's also the capacity of Pioneers to go the distance. Where it's not whether they're going behind early and knowing what they have to do and that they can do it to catch up and go ahead. There's no early gloating about an early lead or early panic about going behind. And it's those sorts of qualities which go beyond the mechanical prowess which our top teams love to display.
Yeah, and that even translates into games, into series as a whole. You know, there's been times when Pioneers has been a game or 2 down, and they come back. This time, though, setting themselves off. And the entire tenor of this matchup seems to be changing. Across the board, the pass comes out there, and somehow To Die For still finds the bounce with the angle there. 2 desperate defenders from Bro Crocos, unable to make a touch, and Pioneers now really as comfortable as they could want to be in the series.
Yeah, maybe they've gone with a different strat in game 3. It's like, let's start playing from early on. An early shot from Bro Crocos, though, went wide, probably covered if it was on target anyway. But they're still in it. They're still fighting, and their performance has been good enough that they've got to feel like, guys, we're not that far away. You know, we can actually do it. They're not being blown out here. It must be self-encouraging for them.
That's exactly it, right? They've put in, 4 shots in the previous game. Even this time, those sort of shots are there. They're just not polished enough to be able to find the back of the net, and that's the big difference right now. Pioneers getting so close on that one with To Die For taking the shot. And Pioneers, they're having a couple of their own close opportunities, but those are the rare outside exceptions. This is the shot that you're looking for. Ravi cleans it up in the center and top right-hand corner. No defenders able to get to it in time.
And Jeff doing a lot of work up front to set all of that up. And Ravi, I think, has got to be close to being, I'm pretty sure he is now Bro Crocro's top scorers. So they have led first in both games. They've gone behind in this one, but they've managed to overcome the deficit. Oh, they're going to go ahead here. Oh, my goodness, Jeff completely undoes the Pioneers and takes a lead.
That's amazing. How smooth his recovery there. Lewis P, I think, underestimating it and maybe just thinking he has one more second for a chance to cut it towards the center, but just so great for Jeff to find his wheels, get that extra touch, put the extra pace on the ball, and Bro Crocro's back into a lead once more. This is a team that is never going to be able to be counted out, it seems.
Well, they're certainly giving it stick here. Oh my goodness, Jeff was in the net. He saw that shot coming, gets in front of it. Sweaty, trying to bully one through. Bro Crocro's defending for the time being. Here comes Lewis P. Can't get on the end of his own touch off the side wall. Little bit of miscommunication by Bro Crocro's. We saw them get punished for a double commit in game one. They're doing okay here. Jeff should maintain possession. They do, but it's been left loose into the middle, and Pioneers will come storming back.
And that loose ball comes from the double commit. There was not enough boost in the tank, and once more Bro Crocro's, all that work undone by a moment previously. The Pioneers take advantage. The ball controlled in their opponent's side, back and forth across the net, a pass to the center, and clean finishes. Tell me something that's more iconic of our squad.
Oh, so good. Well, they've cleared the deficit. I said they decided to start a game from the beginning. Maybe we'll start early, then take a little bit of a breather. That's going to be, oh my goodness. That is shockingly good from Lewis P. Off the kickoff, the control, the reset, the finish.
Oh, every single moment there from the pass back of To Die For was a calculated maneuver and executed without a hair's breadth of mistake being made. And this one, kickoff strategies once more, forcing out Pioneers into their own side, but they regather in the driver's seat for this competition. Half the game yet to go, and finally we're starting to get a high-scoring affair. I don't think this is going to be where the scoreline ends up, Grabian.
Yeah, we're two and a bit minutes away. We've had 5 goals already, and yeah, I completely agree with you. I don't know that we'll double that in the final 2 minutes, but I reckon we're good for a 7-8 goal finish.
That is the dream. And Bro Crocro's, do they have the stamina to be able to get shot after shot? They cannot rely on Pioneers to be making 5 or 6 mistakes in a game. Instead, now they need to be careful about Pioneers manufacturing their own luck. Ball finds a dead part towards the corner right now, and Jeff does well to buy his team some time, gets in the way of it, but immediately pops out again To Die For, looking for that close post. Gets denied out, but Crocos need to get this ball out of their own half and start putting on an offense.
It looks to me like Pioneers are starting to play a possession game here. They're they're throttling, but they're not throwing everything at it. Like if you're behind and you have to score. Woo! Hello! Ravi gets another. My word, look at this, from Steak to Ravi to back of the net.
Man, Steak was the one reacting to Ravi's jump on that one. Ravi was in position, he had space, and he went up for this. There must have been loud shouts in the communication channels right there, and Steak did a brilliant job to find his teammate. He had all the faith in the world. This brought Bro Crocos back to a level game and looking to put on quick pressure down the other side. In fact, Sweaty even gets checked off. Ball's found some length behind it, but Bro Crocos had their time being shut down in their half. They're looking to spread their wings.
Yeah, we've had low-scoring games. 3 goals, bang, we're at 6 and still going here, heading toward an overtime, maybe a consecutive one, as we had in game 2. Last 45 seconds, and it's Bro Crocro's on the attack. Wall dash by Ravi, trying to get round to make something happen, and he wall dashes his way all over to the other side to try and pick up some boost. Great bit of attack from the Crocros. There's demo plays. There's air dribble bumps. Can they finish? They can't. Lewis P with a shockingly good save.
Oh man, tell me how many squads in the country can worry about the demo plays, the backboard double touches all at the same time and come out unscathed. Few but the Pioneers can stand strong like that, and with 10 seconds left, I think they're going to be grateful if this makes its way to an overtime. They're going to have one more shot at it. Ravi dispossesses them, and suddenly, last couple of seconds, the last opportunity, the ball's up, the double touch is looming, it goes down and saved on the baseline by Lewis P. He pulls off a miracle again. We got our consecutive overtime.
That ball was glowing. It was on its way into the net. But here we are. Well, good news for Crocros. They've already survived longer than their last overtime. But it might come to an end now. Who's going to be on the end of that? It's a touch towards the net. It's a save from State. He goes rushing out, gets over one player from Pioneers. It's floating in front of the net. There might be a bump. It's cleared away. And it feels like the level of freneticness has just quadrupled.
Oh, it has to be. Crocos has worked too hard in both of their previous games and got denied at the last. They cannot afford to have that done right now, and they're willing to throw everything towards it. Ball across the front of the net. Sweaty was trying for some shenanigans there, but it falls into the hands of Jeff. He leaves it. He's going to go back and try and put this last final shot in if that's what's required for him. It does find its way towards the center. Jeff actually gets beaten. To die for with the space. There's one last jump from Stake, and it goes past it. To die for with the 1v1 skills. Shuts down Crocos once more. And that's 3 on the trot in the last couple of dying seconds.
Is there anything more terrifying in the world than a player like To Die For streaming ahead with one defender to beat with 47 boost in the tank? You feel like there's only going to be one winner there, and as expected, To Die For wins that. And Crocros making things interesting, but man, for the second day in a row, they lose 2 overtimes in a row, and that has got to be infuriating for them.
8 shots, double as much as they could put it in the last game, so they really did step up that pace like you were talking about. But on the other side, Lewis has been great to watch. It's been fantastic to see Sweaty. They're both great players. But I think the standout, your driver of the day, has to be going to Die For. It wouldn't be the first time he's managed to pick it up. But 9 shots on his own right there. And how many of these opportunities came off the back of him pulling out some ridiculous things, Greybeard?
It's magnificent. I do want to give a shout out to Ravi, though. He's being a revelation today for Crocros. He's out there at the front. He just continues to impress me. So shout out to him. But even his 15-year-old self has got to be frustrated with, because they are close. 2 consecutive overtimes. Like we're taking the top 2 best teams in the region to overtimes and then losing it. But so as good as they are, they're just not quite there yet. 1 goal.
What half a goal? I'm willing to start rounding down at this stage, it seems, because they are overtime. They opportunities. They've had their moments. A couple of posts are all that is separating them, but it's 3 games in a row. The consistency of KCP is just unmatched, and they can do just that little bit more time and time again. Crocos, they deserve to take at least 1 game in this series. They've only got 1 more chance to do that right now, and the work ethic, do they have more to call upon? Or is this just Pioneers having their number? We find out here in game number 4.
This is the game that 5 Fears lost yesterday against the Crocros. They were 3 up and then gave 1 up. And it is the game traditionally where the team 3 up might take a little bit of a snooze, take the foot off the gas. So we'll see if Pioneers keep it tight, keep it tough, keep it strong, and take it in a sweep. And if they do, we will have had 3 sweeps in a row, which has been unusual for us. At least the quarterfinal games have been entertaining. Today has been one-way traffic. Oh, the double! It's not in. Oh, it doesn't go in, and it's been cleared off the line.
Oh, little moments like that as Crocos, you'll take them. You've been doing enough defensive work and adding a couple more saves to it on the end. Gonna have to do another one here. The demo is what's gonna remove the final defenders. If we can't do it through pure mechanical skill on our own, we're gonna open things up, and Sweaty's the wrecking ball on the back line. The shot was there from Lewis B and gives the die for a bit of a break on this play. But Bro Crocos, they were so close for so long.
Well, Pioneers will know that there's no resting or thinking you got it in hand now, because Bro Crocos have come back from this. We've seen it in 2 consecutive games, overcoming a deficit and then taking a lead. They did that last game. They'll be looking to do the same here. Pioneers, conversely, they will want the work to be done now. They don't want to burn any more calories on this series than they absolutely need to in preparation for the grand final.
And it's like you say, is right now, Bro Crocos, they're close. They need to be doing this. They're working hard, but they just can't. They're trying out, and Pioneers, they've been close behind it. They want to take this with the confidence behind it. And like you said, this is typically the game that most teams will drop if they're on the ascendancy, if they've been unchallenged so far. Right now, Bro Crocos has made sure that they've been challenged, doing it again. This time, the ball just sits temptatiously in front of the net, but Bro Crocos still a couple of centimeters short of that final marker. They're still hanging around, still a threat. Pioneers, they don't want to give away their lead like this.
Well, there's a word that needs to make its way into the world of official lexicon, temptatiously, and maybe it is. Another one floating temptatiously in front of the net, not for the first time, and it feels like Bro Crocos have been on the attack for the better part of the last minute.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pioneers doesn't have the time to relax as a typical team who's sitting 3-0 up in a series does. They are still being tested, so I can imagine they have all their wits about them. They're trying right now. Sweaty gets dispossessed quite confidently, and that's a big sign for Bro Crocos. They are not letting the momentum build against them. They're constantly into these challenges, one after another. This one coming down trepidatiously in front of their nets, and they could be punished for it. It ricochets up. Going to be coming back in. Double jump for this. To die for would love to work out something. Stake with no boost still does enough, but the ball lingers. It's still a threat. Pioneers, if they can get one more goal here, they will consider their ticket punch. Not just yet.
Man, and I'm delighted to discover that temptatiously is indeed in the official lexicon, which is fantastic. What a word! And it's temptatiously close. Oh, that's going to be a goal, surely! What a save from Denival!
The shots are there. This is heartbreaking for Bro Crocos. How many teams, Greybeard, do you really think Bro Crocos would be down 3-0 and still yet to find a goal? Yeah, I feel like almost anyone else, you are going to have that added to your montage reel. You're going to be proud of the shots that Bro Crocos has been able to put in, but still no goals to speak of. Maybe this time! And there it is! Stake does it! Of the pass from Jeff.
Well, do we find a third consecutive overtime? 3 against 5 Fears yesterday, maybe 3 against the Pioneers today. That'll be annoying for the Pioneers. They will have looked at that clock and gone, okay, boys, we're almost home. We can see the finish line. Let's wrap it up. And while they were having that conversation, Bro Crocos decided to score a goal.
Man, for the sake of my predictions, I want to see Bro Crocos go more. I gave them 2 games. I don't know if they're going to be able to get 2, but man, they deserve at least 1 right now. Is give Bro Crocos their shot. They could be looking for that overtime. 15 seconds. A couple more shots still to speak of. Right now it's the dive for. He's looking for that outside pass. Handled pretty well, but Sweaty, he's turning this the back and forth across the net. This is Pioneers. This is their modus operandi. It's going to drop down the last couple of seconds. Overtime looms. We will get a third.
All right. So keep in mind, the Bro Crocos had they played 17 and a half minutes of overtime in the GSL phase against LFO in a sweep. But every game went to overtime. So they have this is their 9th overtime of the weekend. They've won 3 of them, lost 5 of them so far.
Overtimes, they start to haunt you after a while, but with a good record of completing them, that's at least a sign that they may be able to get this out in the minimum number of games, if not the minimum number of minutes. still one more goal. One more goal is all that Bro Crocos need. They've never been restricted or struggled to find more than a single goal in a game, and they got an opportunity here. Big quick dunk comes out from Sweaty, and the ball finds its way back into the orange half.
Well, here they are. They want to wrap this up, and you feel like I was saying they don't want to burn any more calories than they need to. It feels like overtime burns. You're on the double calorie count. Then it's like there's extra cardio being done in overtime. The longer it goes on. The good news for Crocros is this is the longest overtime they've been in with the Pioneers, but they still got to close it out. Pioneers have been quite comfortable finishing the overtimes that we've had so far. An attack here. No one from Pioneers on the floater in front of the net.
Still the pass comes through, the shot across there. One touch off the walls. Bro Crocos, you cannot make any mistakes. Another double commit comes out. That might have been the story that defined this series. You invest 2 players, there's going to be an overlap. It might not be in this play, it might not be in the next, but eventually the Pioneers will come calling on that due. And 4-0 in the series, the sweep comes out. But none of those games, it has to be said, was a comfortable one.
Pioneers were challenged more this series than they have been all weekend. However, Pioneers continue to march forward. They are yet to drop a single game the entire weekend. They are the first team to secure their spot in the grand final in their pursuit of Boston. One more series for them to go. But man, oh man, the importance of the next one. Amapiano and 5 Fears. Everything rests on that one.
And it creates such an interesting storyline. I mean, we knew that Bro Crocos was third. We asked ourselves how much, and everyone on the panel gave them some credence. Not a single person out of our squad actually gave a 4-0 prediction against the Bro Crocos right now. And I'm interested to see what the panel has to say about this, because that was a one-sided series in some ways, but definitely not in all ways. There has to be something said for the Bro Crocos here.
Honestly, I was the biggest believer in them. I had us at a 4-3, so I am devastated. I really did think they were going to have a better showing. But that being said, it wasn't a bad showing by any measure. In fact, this is the 3rd series in a row, Bromeo, where it feels like our conversation is, yeah, it's a 4-0, but the score, the game was closer than it looked, and the team that lost deserves their flowers.
Yeah, you took my script away from me, straight out of my hands. I was going to say, you know what, Bro Crocos, they played incredibly well, but it must be said, Pioneers today looked efficient, and it was a spirited defense by Bro Crocos, but it was one of those where you felt like the outcome was almost predetermined. The distance of much was the only thing we weren't too sure of. And the only thing I'd like to add is it was said just before we threw back in, there was one person who predicted a sweep, and that was Greybeard.
Hey, Greybeard can sometimes be right, all right? A broken clock is right twice a day. But what I wanted to jump on the back of was the fact that I feel like this was an important game for KCP to win in the way that they did, because it showed us that they have ice. It showed us that they have mentality to be able to take through some really difficult games that looked like they could go either way. They were losing a couple of games. They had to go to OT on a couple of games. They had the mentality between themselves to be able to see it over the line. That sets them up beautifully for later this evening.
I think there's something to be said about not winning each of your games, even though the whole series is a sweep. Not winning your games cleanly, not being able to get the 3-0 scorelines, it kind of does give an over sense of confidence to a team. Here they were fighting it out, and that's going to inspire them a little bit more. They're going to go into that 5 Fears game, if that is who they match up against in the finals, with a little bit more of a warm-up behind them. I think you can get lackadaisical if your first game of the day is too easy.
Absolutely. And that just reminds me, so I need to remind everyone else that you need to vote for your driver of the day. I keep doing this at like the very last second, and people don't necessarily have the time to actually go and do it. So we'll do it really early on this time. Make sure to head on over to acgl.gg/vote. Let us know who you believe your driver of the day should be. Bearing in mind, we still have 2 more series. That was our very first semi-final. KCP have locked themselves in for the grand final. But for the Brokokros, again, this was a solid performance from them. And it's another kind of top 4 finish where they show that they have a lot of metal. They've got a lot of fire in their veins. And we look forward to seeing what they could potentially bring to the table in open number 4, on the other side of the next major. But now the Pioneers will move forward. They'll have an opportunity to fight for that Boston spot. And we'll start moving on over to our second semi-final of the day. 5 Fears versus Amapiano. And I'm going to be honest, guys, we've had 3 sweeps today. It has been fairly one-sided. And I'm going to be asking for a little bit of a temperature check here, Bromeo. Do we think that game number 4 is just going to be another rehashing of the same story we've had 3 times today?
Look, I think it's fair to say this is going to be another tough game. And by no means has Amapiano got an easy ride ahead of them. But I think just like Pioneers have shown now, and we were so worried about Pioneers being lukewarm heading into this because they displayed a little bit of vulnerability in Open 2, which to their credit, we haven't seen too much of heading into this Open 3. So now, what we're actually looking out for is 5 Fears. Are they going to match that tempo? Are they going to bring the heat from the minute, or are they going to troll their way through to the final? We don't know. But I certainly hope they bring the thunder here. Looking at those matchups, scoring almost 3.5 goals a game, they definitely do.
Oh, sometimes we do a little bit of trolling. It does happen from time to time. But I think that, again, it's the exact same conversation we had about the Brokokros for Amapiano. They know that they don't really have... Well, I say they don't really. Let's call a spade a spade. There is no hope for them for Boston, unfortunately. But they could cause a little bit of chaos in today's game. So again, how do you approach this? Is this a case of let's try some new stuff and see what might work going forward? Or do you come in with your standard game and see if you can find ways to perfect that altruism?
I love that you used the word chaos for Amapiano, because that's what I think they'll bring into this competition. I think 5 Fears is going to be the very nice, composed team, but when you're shooting 8 shots per game, making 4 demos and 5 saves per game, that kind of talks to the Amapiano lineup. They are wild. They are fast-paced. They are going to bring a lot of heat to this action right now. And I think when that heat works, when they click together and they've got the same vision in that play, it can look spectacular. When you get someone like Cam or Nitro starting to do absolutely crazy stuff in the air, even 5 Fears is going to find a bit of a challenge in trying to shut that down. But it's just 5 Fears needs to keep that ice in their veins, and it's going to be interesting to see how they compare to what KCP was able to do in the same vein in the last series. But if 5 Fears can just stay calm, watch them do all their rubbish, try challenge them and shut down that space and control the tempo, then Amapiano, I think, is going to be left a little out of the water.
I think one of our big storylines coming in was 5 Fears, and they're kind of leaning towards aggression. This is something that Bromeo had spoken about. They like to take the more aggressive plays. They like to control the boosts wherever possible. Do we think that this is something that's going to kind of help them edge out in this game? Because again, we're looking to see, is it going to be another sweep, or are Amapiano going to be able to kind of fight back a little bit? Having that little bit of extra information, do you think there's a way for Amapiano to maybe exploit that?
It's tough. It's tough to think about. I mean, listen. The noises we both made there should tell you exactly what we think of this situation right here. Amapiano, can they exploit that? I think it's difficult. We have seen teams overcommit before, right? Where if 5 Fears get into a rhythm where they find themselves getting into a situation where all 3 players are pushed forwards, they're taking liberties, they're getting a little bit ahead of themselves, you can catch them on the break. Absolutely. A long booming ball clear, as long as it's on target, can really catch out a team like that. However, I just don't know that with the grand final looming, 5 Fears will allow those kinds of things to happen.
Well, just to build upon all of that, 5 Fears have to display something in terms of what they're building towards this final. They have to show they have to show their hand now so that they are prepared by the time we reach the final. So the semi-final 5 Fears are the one that we will presumably see going through. So it'll be very interesting to watch how they approach Amapiano, because that is their warm-up game. And we're calling a semi-final a warm-up game, and that's a little disrespectful to Amapiano. But if we're being realistic and we want to, give you, the viewer, the most possible circumspect evidence, this is going to be a strong uphill affair for Amapiano. But 5 Fears have to show why they deserve their ticket to the major, and it has to start now. Not saying that their road in hasn't been, challenging, but it has to start now. And if they don't, then they're going to reach this final undercooked.
It's like I always say, if you want to win, if you want to be the best, you have to beat everyone. Sometimes you get a slightly easier road to doing that. Sometimes you have to fight tooth and nail, but either way, you have to be able to do it. Now, Twitch chat, we've laid down some of the stakes for this and some of the expectations. So now let us know who you think is going to be walking away with the victory. Get your prediction in. And while you guys are doing that, we can find out about where our analysts temperature check. Because I'm going to be honest, guys, today we have been so lenient. We've been so supportive of the underdogs. Are we still going with that trend? Are we giving a little bit of leeway here? Bromeo, what's your prediction?
Well, in the previous game, I voted 4-1. I'm going to vote 4-1 again, but with a little bit of hesitancy now, because I think 5 Fears were watching that and they're going to try and match it. So I'm going to stay 4-1, but I'm less sure of it now.
Okay, Ultrism?
I think the chaos of the of our squads is going to leave it a little bit open. I don't think it's going to be the sweep, right? So I think Amapiano has that ability to flare up, but it's not consistent enough to take them any sort of distance into the series. So I'll give Amapiano one game, but otherwise I think 5 Fears, they can lock it down more over and over and over again.
Righto, a little bit of faith from you, perhaps?
My faith comes from Cam. Cam is having an absolute day. All right, he looked lights out in that series earlier, and if he gets rolling, they won't win, but they might have a good showing. So that I've still got 4-1. I think 5 Fears are going to be able to take it, but yeah, if there is any signal from Amapiano that they're going to be able to even lay a scratch on 5 Fears, I think it comes from Cam.
Admittedly, even I have slightly less faith. I'm also going with the 5 Fears win. I'm also going with a 4-1. Interestingly, Greybeard, who predicted the 4-0 sweep in the previous matchup, has given a lot of faith to Amapiano, and he's given it a 4-3. So still not a win for Amapiano, but he's giving them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, so to speak. And well, Twitch chat, you have also given them quite a lot of the benefit of the doubt here. There's a lot of strong support here for the Amapiano roster. But that is going to be us wrapping up our introduction, because it's time to dive into our second semi-final of the day. Reminder, folks, this is the opportunity. This is 5 Fears looking for that chance to lock themselves into Boston. A loss here means that they are out of the running utterly. Can we get the chaos from Amapiano, or will 5 Fears reign supreme?
Only 2 things stand in the way of a trip to Boston for 5 Fears. One of those are already in the finals, waiting to play the grand final. And before they get there, there is Amapiano. Favorites by some distance are 5 Fears, but Amapiano would love to play spoiler to that party, and that party is getting underway now. Semi-final number 2 in open number 3. Myself and Markfish will take you through it all.
It's the spoiler to the party part 2. It feels like Electric Boogaloo for the second semi-final, where Bro Crow Crows failed. Can Amapiano really just send KCP to Boston already? Those are the stakes. It hasn't. The only thing really, Greybeard, that has changed are the names of the 2 teams. Otherwise, everything's the same.
I got a question for you. Away they go, though. Hostilities begin in earnest. what role do friendships play in this? Guns and Nitro are mates. They like each other. They get on well. Will Nitro be concerned about spoiling the party for his mate Guns?
Nah. On the pitch, there are no friends. It's a valid question to ask, and I feel like it is one that, you know, with less professionalism in the scene would be one that we could seriously consider, but all these players, the most thing they want are bragging rights, especially over your friends, right? So yeah, if Nitro can be like, ha, you wanted to go to Boston, but you couldn't even beat me, lol. I think that's motivation enough for Nitro to peek out of his mind.
Well, here, maybe gonna have a go at it here. 5 Fears. Here comes Tekos looking to get things underway. Doesn't have the boost to do much more than float it there or thereabouts. And on the turnaround, Amapiano in front of the net. What a save from Snowy.
And Nitro can't quite adjust in time. Amapiano, they do have a good look at goal, but unfortunately they have the problem of leaving that good chance wasted, not using it. Piano, that not many like these chances are going to present themselves against 5 Fears. Tekos now moving forward, looking for the pass off to Guns, but decides against it in the end. Guns just waiting in the midfield to collect the ball. Amapiano able to clear their sides. One little shot there from Kexi, no problem for Tekos.
In the opening stanza, no one's gone ahead. That's good for Amapiano, because the worst thing for Amapiano is if they concede 1 or 2 early. That shot, more hopeful than anything else, glances across the net, no real threat in the end. And now 5 Fears have looked threatening coming forward, but they haven't come forward a hell of a lot. They haven't spent lengthy periods there. Oh, that's a terrible touch. Big trouble here. Tekos will take that invitation with gratitude and send it to the back of the net.
Well, you don't have to come forward that often if you get presents like this, do you, Graveyard? 5 Fears taking that loose ball from Cam inside the box, and Tekos punching his way through. The man who, up until last region, had the second place curse to his name, 4 consecutive grand finals lost. Now he's finally won one. He wants to make that twice on the trot, not just for his personal statistics, but of course for the major. But first, he has to get there. But Tekos seems motivated. Flip reset, double tap, attempted, but Nitro done enough to put the ball away from danger.
Well, they are now chasing the game. That's heading toward somewhere near the net. Not enough Nitro. What can he do? He can fly right over the ball.
Not much there. Kexi, good idea with the pass across, but Nitro not ready to collect. Cam is going to take over. No way past his old teammate in Guns. Let's not forget all of these players. So at one point or another have teamed with one another. But not with this man, Tekos. Second goal from the Spaniard.
Yeah, and they sort of it felt like they were breaking formation, sort of not quite knowing where to go, and the plan, there was no solid plan, and whatever plan there wasn't going according to it. And now they find themselves 2 goals behind. I think the best therapy for who is that other piano player flying over Tekos? They need to score to know that they can, and then look to rebuild, because they're in a bit of a scattered phase of play at the moment.
Yeah, Amapiano need to solidify fast, because 5 Fears are still coming forward and putting them in all sorts of dangerous situations. Kexi, quick counterattack, but easily swayed away by Snowy. Second shot from the behind. Nitro is going to put that slightly high, and 5 Fears able to clear their lines. But, you know, what we wanted to see is how 5 Fears plays on the day, right? It's the same with KCP, and if this game 1 is anything to speak of, nerves are not part of the equation just yet for 5 Fears in the semi-final.
Yeah, if there's any criticism to be made of KCP is that it seemed like they were taking a slow walk into the series. You know, they weren't, oh my goodness gracious, well, look at this. Nitro, a player we've all been speaking about, just undoes 5 Fears here. Kexi, though, with the pop forward, wonderful bit of communication and reading, and lovely finish from Nitro.
And in the end, Guns a little bit too far away to hinder his good friend from scoring, and suddenly well, this game is back within reach for Amapiano. 5 Fears having to live out that last minute. They can't switch off quite yet.
Hello? Oh, great read in defense there to block that shot out. Nitro trying to turn it around with no boost. They've lost possession now, and here comes Snowy. Flip reset off the ceiling. Saved away for the moment. Pressure still from the 5 Fears. Half cleared, and now Kexi. Oh, he can't get it out. This is going to double the pressure. No! Amapiano managed to get it out and might just make something threatening for themselves on the other side. Here comes Kexi. But great catch. Oh, no! We call that the musty miss.
And the musty miss, and it nearly was threatening, but Tekos was there just in case. And Tekos rightfully was there just in case it happened. Guns into the center, tries to kill it, tries to solidify game one, but that's no one's gonna reach that one. 5 Fears. It looked very solid from the beginning, but in the end, control slightly slipped away from them still. They edge out game number 1.
Those last 90 seconds will be a little encouraging for Amapiano. It felt like they got themselves in. They, between conceding the first and second goal, they were a little all over the place, a little scattered, but then got themselves together, got a goal on, and looked far better. Whether they're better enough to bring that sort of momentum into game 2 remains to be seen. But on the evidence overall of game 1, this is a very, very dangerous looking 5 Fears.
Yeah, this is a 5 Fears that has one thing on their mind, and it's the main thing on their mind, and that's just winning. Right? We all know it. Snowy, no one has won more regionals in SSA than Snowy. Though To Die For is fast approaching, there's not quite a big enough gap between them. So these two teams, right, and 5 Fears specifically, they are playing to win. Playing with different stakes, but playing to win it all. And I feel it's good to see that in this game 1, Amapiano is not surrendering itself. Amapiano is like, no, we know we can take games of 5 Fears here. We're not treating them with the deference that they might expect.
Yeah, no doubt they will be going hard. Early trouble, punished 5 seconds in. Oh dear, it took 5 seconds. Amapiano, once that kickoff went, they were at 6s and 7s.
Great read from Guns. They're reading the bounce down and finishing it off. 5 seconds, perfect start here for 5 Fears. But Cam, he's got different ideas. He gets bummed away by Tekos. Look at that area. He only ever went for the man. The ball was never in question.
And effective it was. Amapiano chasing the game from a lot earlier this time. And I guess their first order of business is don't concede this attack. And failed.
Well.
Mission failed. 29 seconds in, they're 2 behind. Oh dear. 5 Fears, they were dangerous last game. They're terrifying game 2.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time. For Amapiano, 2-0 down. Oh, after 29 seconds, and that is just joyous to see for all 5 Fears supporters, and for honestly for everyone that's watching here, and that we all just desperately want that grand final to be the decisive game between 5 Fears and KCP. And Snowy is making sure we're on the right track. Great shot from the veteran.
My goodness gracious, it's yeah, this feels like a statement. I said KCP don't want to be burning any extra calories. They did do it through 3 overtimes. But 5 Fears suddenly seem like, you know what, we'd like to get the session over and done with. Let's get into that grand final. Let's have a proper, real conversation about Boston, because that is the conversation we've all been waiting for. Oh dear.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I mean, the fact that doesn't bounce out, right, is a bit BM on the side of physics. Kexi tried everything he could. Oh. But that ground double from Tekos on the other hand, it's so good.
Well, listen, this could end up being a really long game with all the replays we're going to have to watch. 4 goals inside the first minute. And so far, Bro Crocros, that right there was the greatest sniff they've had of the 5 Fears net.
Yeah, unfortunately, that sniff still a bit away from actually converting it into a goal here for Amapiano. Cam takes to the skies, trying to control the time, trying to control the bleeding that's been happening in their own defensive line. Kexi taking over, pass 1, pass 2. Can he get the flip? Not quite. Teko is able to make the save, and immediately Guns has only eyes for one thing, the goal.
Well, if it keeps going like this, we've had sweep, sweep, sweep today. If this is yet another sweep, we could be crowning our Boston major team before 9 o'clock today, which is just crazy.
I mean, it's good. Give us more time before the EU Grand Final as well, right? Just a little bit more time, more people that can watch here instead of watching EU. It's better here anyway. So, yeah, let's see how this one unfolds. But it would be quite interesting. Last time in Open 2, we had the most Game 7s of a playoffs ever. And we might just be on course to get the most sweeps of a playoff phase ever. Oh,
this surely is another goal. Indeed it is. Guns is going to bang in a second goal. And Tekos, he feels like a man on the mission. It feels like he's been involved in one way or another in all 5 goals.
And that is scary. Not just if you're Amapiano, but looking ahead. If you're KCP, I don't quite know what the boys are doing, if they're watching the series, if they're how they're trying to stay warm. But if you're watching this performance from 5 Fears, it should induce a bit of fear because, well, the three men in blue, they are on it today.
Oh, well, they're certainly on it in game. Oh, my goodness. 6. Okay, well, another replay is another 6 seconds added to the day's agenda. So the big question for me now, well, not even a big question, a question, Machtfish, as we were talking yesterday with Rhino, is that Amapiano, not a big fan of taking timeouts. They're like, whatevs, we're just vibing here. I have a feeling, no matter how badly they're hammered here, they're not going to, oh my, okay, come on now. I mean, come on.
Just look at Kexi. I think that says everything. That was supposed to be a pass from Guns down to Tekos. It just ended up in net, and Kexi tries he might, he's just not getting there. But yeah, on the timeout thing, I still don't think Amapiano take a timeout here, because basically, well, they've been taking the timeout for the past 3 minutes.
Ouch! Ouch! But they're not wrong! You're not wrong. Okay, so now the question is, how many goals are 5 Fears going to score here in Game 2? 1:45 remaining. They've already got 7. Will we see double digits? That is certainly on the cards.
That could potentially be the first double-digit scoreline in a semi-final in SSA that we see. I'm not 100% sure on the statistics, but it sounds about right. But still, 5 Fears, 3 goals in 80 seconds or so. They do have a bit of work ahead of them if they want to reach that mark. Guns gets it past the first, can't quite get the pass down. Double commit, it's going to make a lot of space here for Snowy. Cam recovers it just in time, and Amapiano once more pressed to their own back line.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like I should start a clock every time Amapiano get over into the blue half and then total that together. Well, there we go. We're 2 away from double digits. 58 seconds to go. Tekos gets goal number a lot.
Goal number, yes. From Tekos, from 5 Fears overall. Okay, here's the thing. Game 1 was really close, right? Overall, score-wise as well. What on earth happened for 5 Fears to be like, okay, yeah, nah, this was too close to comfort. We're just gonna switch up a gear and just completely and utterly annihilate you.
Yeah, I think they spent the first minutes, the first 5 minutes just noting where the weaknesses were, and then, okay, we know where the weaknesses are. Game 2 is all about exploiting them. And my goodness, have they exploited them hard. I mean, it's been that kind of game. I'm not even sure. I don't think I could even offer a cogent discussion about what Amapiano need to do.
Well, score. first of all. That would be one thing. Not concede a second. And also maybe getting Ruth back, because Ruth has left the chat completely. But in the end, Amapiano did slow down the bleeding. They still got crushed 8-0. But here's to hoping that it's a one-time occurrence.
Well, I'm concerned here. 5 Fears look washed to me. They had a 7-goal lead with well over a minute and a half left, and they couldn't make it double digits. Okay, so there's not. I mean,
honestly,
there's
poor form.
Yeah, there's not a lot to break down here, Markfish, and I don't think production's even going to give us replays of all of those goals because it's just a lot. That was just 5 Fears dominance. That was Amapiano. No response. Early on, they were behind by 2 or 3 and just couldn't find a way back. So we'll see if they take a timeout. I think you and I are both correct that they will not be taking it. And the conversation will be like, guys, okay, that was poor. Let's do better next game.
I mean, the beauty of it is, though, that because they've taken such a long break at the beginning of the series, of this game, if you're 4-0 behind after 1 minute played against a team that is invariably the favorite, you can sort of preemptively take that time out during the game already, because realistically, you're not gonna be coming back from that, realistically. So you can already talk, okay, what's the things that... Let's focus on game 3. Let's take our mind off game 2. Just play, just have a little bit of autopilot going on, and then try to find the focus here now for game 3, because, let's be honest, this performance cannot keep going on that they've shown in game 2, and the pinch kickoff nearly finding success at the start of game 3.
That would have been a mirrored start for Amapiano if they'd pulled it off. They don't. They might still get one here, though. But Snowy, without a sense of panic, catches and clears that one. Cam, though, still on it. How far can he go with it? Oh, he can go corner far. It's pretty much stuck in the 5 Fears corner. It has been taken out. Now they will move over, transition themselves into attack if they can. Here's Kexi toward the net, but not going to be overly threatening.
Good for Amapiano. They don't have a multi-goal deficit by the end of the first minute. As Guns looks for Snowy. The two locals combining together, but in the end find their match in Cam. And Amapiano look a lot more solid here in this game 3. Second touch here from Nitro, missing. That invites Cam up into the equation. Good little control touch from him, but Tekos is there to sway away the annoying fly. That was Cam.
Amapiano, this is the best minute they've had in the last 6, not conceding a single goal, and actually spending time over in 5 Fears. This is much better. So, yeah, timeout be damned. We'll just get back to playing our game. Bit of defense to do. Lovely work from Cam to keep that out, and they continue to keep 5 Fears shut out. If they can turn things over for a moment, it was a 2v1, but Snowy is back and he will be defending solidly. Big miss. Not punished, heading toward their net. Can he get it down? He can't. Oh, no. Oh, that's one of those opportunities slipped through their fingers.
You have to score that one, Kexi. Especially against 5 Fears, but in general as well. That's one that you can't allow to not score, because Tekos is going to do that. If you don't score it in offense, you're going to get scored on in defense.
Man, oh man, oh man. There you go. And that's... I mean, how many times do we learn that lesson when you don't take your opportunity and then you get horribly punished on the other side? You give a gift to your opponent. Are they going to look upon you with a similar kindness? No, they will not.
Thou shalt turn the other cheek is something that Rocket League players have never heard of. Apparently.
100%.
As 5 Fears is now in the driver's seat once again, and Guns looking for a single-digit angle there out of his opponent's corner. Can't quite get the ball through, but with halftime come and gone in game 3, Amapiano, it certainly looks slower. They've spent more time in the blue half than they've done the entirety of game 2 already, but it hasn't really been threatening, has it?
Well, my concern is ever since Kexi missed that that angled shot downward, it's been all 5 fears. They scored him. Okay, never mind. You know what? I'll take my analysis, pack it in a bag, and leave.
I mean, it's the fake from Kexia. I feel like that throws Snowy off a tiny bit, and then allows the demo to happen. So unsure of how calculated that was, but I'm not arguing with the results of that calculation. As Amapiano able to find for the first time since the last minute of game 1 a goal of their own. Stopping they've had 2 tasks here. Stopping the bleeding for between games 2 and game 3, and also finding a goal. Both tasks have been successfully accomplished. Now the third and final one remains, winning the game.
Yeah, that's the tough part. I mean, yeah, we can get in equal terms. This is awkward for 5 fears. Guns does incredibly well. Tekos comes, takes over. There's been a demo. 5 fears are down to 2 players for the time being. They're back in, and this is much more positive from Amapiano. What a turnaround from that last game. The redirect is red and turned away. Oh.
Crucial demo there on the third man. I think Cam was demoed away, but Kexi quick enough on the rotation back to spell away the counter-attack. 5 fears, long clear. Nitro and Kexi, they have to work a lot to Amapiano in defense.
Well, this is good. You feel like there's a great opportunity here for Amapiano to take one, and we've come to expect teams losing the game for Amapiano have a lead. Cam, 39 seconds from time, will sneak one in.
Someone said it on the desk earlier. I think it was Rhino. Cam is looking hot today. Great recovery. And then it is Amapiano suddenly in the lead. 5 fears. 35 seconds left to try and combat this current state of affairs. Cam rotating back, taking it into the corner, trying to draw in guns, and gets a great 50-50 as a result.
Yeah, have they got... Oh, big demo. Cam is alone, but he is... Oh, it was Kexi. He did magnificently well not to panic, because that must have been the terrifying moment. 10 more seconds to hold on, and it's going to feel like a really, really long 10 seconds. It's down to 5. Oh, they've given away possession, but Guns has missed. That's going to be great for Amapiano. They take game number 3.
It will not be a complete sweep day. Up until the grand final, Amapiano denies the sweep early. And to be honest, looking decent. Amapiano. They left it late, but they did manage to stage the comeback.
I'm amazed they did that after the complete shellacking they got in game 2. To come out, and it was a tight game, make no mistake, a 2-1, close as anything. But that's got a, timeout, schmimeout, whatevs, here we are. That is great. And that, to be fair, they are playing as a team with a great amount of freedom. 5 fears have Boston. Boston is looming like a very dark shadow on them right now. Amapiano, in their minds, this is as far as they were ever going to go. Why take the timeout? Why stress? Why worry? Let's just have ourselves a good time. Let's make Guns sweat a little. And and good for them.
Yeah, exactly. And it's that pressure, right? It's the context, it's the circumstances that we've talked about so much with KCP, because I don't think we thought 5 fears were as well, they weren't as potent on 5 fears, let's put it that way. But it seems like after that 8-0, it did them more harm than it did good for 5 fears. They thought this one was already cleared, they thought this one was already won. But Amapiano showing great persistence and perseverance to stick around to make 5 fears work for that grand final.
Yeah, it can't come easy. You can't have it all your own way, but it is 5 fears with the early pressure in game number 4 on Utopia Coliseum is another. Oh my goodness gracious, Tekos. Okay. But it hasn't resulted in a goal, and maybe Amapiano can make something happen over on the other side. They start developing something, but easily broken down by 5 fears. Oh.
Nitro, it's a great little pass down to Cam, but Snowy finds the most important demo of this semi-final thus far. Great awareness from him, and Emma Piano have to build once again. Snowy to the backboard, leaves it for Tekos. Shot bottom corner, saved away by Nitro.
Oh my goodness gracious, that was so close. That goes in, surely. Surely! Oh! Kisses the post, and Amapiano survive. But for how long? Pressure remains with 5 Fears. Here comes Tekos. Pass down to Guns. Guns shoots! Gets it above. And so far, definitely not going their way, despite their pressure.
Wah! Massive save there from Snowy, together with the crossbar. From the flip reset shot of Kexi. But Kexi has to be very careful in the back. Locked in, though. He got the save away and started the counter-attack immediately. There is no midfield. There's only transition play coming from both 5 Fears and Amapiano.
Yeah, it felt like Kexi there, just with the high ping, just close your eyes and be there or thereabouts. I don't know how long Amapiano could... What? Surely there's a pause.
We lost Tekos. We lost Tekos. Ladies and gentlemen, he got yeeted into the void. But so that's going to be a quick little pause. But I don't know if, who, speaking, like, this is going to be a pause, right? And maybe a bit of a longer one. Who does this pause help more? Because I feel like both teams were sort of in that flow state in this game.
I don't know. I think it's going to benefit Amapiano just because it felt like they were, by the time that pause came, Amapiano had been under a fairly sustained period of pressure, and we saw shots. I feel like 5 Fears should have scored at least twice, maybe 3 times, and there was a save, there was a post, there was a crossbar. So maybe it gives time for Amapiano to kind of reset. Although, hello, no, that's not going to be that easy. It might be. No, that's not going to be on target.
Oh, the damn kickoff. It's so dangerous every time. Cam! Oh, if that bump connects, Guns will have no chance, and now they have to be careful. Amapiano on the way back. It is, again, midfield play is optional from both teams. Shot from Tekos, it's going to hit the post.
What has happened to 5 Fears radar? They've suddenly can't find the middle of the net. They've hit every available post at this point. And the shots that they have got on target, someone from Amapiano has gotten in front of it. They're going to get one away here. Guns with the return. It's squeezed out into the corner. He doesn't get the rebound. It remains really awkward for Amapiano. Somehow they survive, and they are surviving on the fumes of vibes. Yeah, it had to come to an end.
Too much carbon monoxide inhaled. The fumes, they became too plentiful. And in the end, 5 Fears able to, well, not cleanly, but at least score in the end. Snowy with the crossbar and the help of the opponent. 1-0 in favor of 5 Fears. You could see that coming. And Amapiano is now desperately in need of another comeback that they've like the one they've staged in Game 3.
Yeah, certainly not over for them. But put a dent in their ambitions, dent in their move forward. And 5 Fears on the attack. Here comes Snowy. He's going to look for a bump, look for a pass, look for something. Doesn't get any of them. Guns, though, will keep it awkward, keep it pressured. And the living on the edge, living on a prayer defense continues for Amapiano.
Nitro trying to take control of it. Amapiano in the center. Can they fight the bump on Tekos? Yes, they can. The shot comes through, but so does the save from Snowy. And Amapiano still moving forward, trying for the equalizer.
Pressure. Oh, nicely done from Kexi. Over 1, over 2, but not over Tekos.
Tekos stands firm, stands tall, the Spaniard. Trying to get his team to the grand final, but this one might be a little bit too much. Candace, you have to read. No, he doesn't, but he doesn't need to. Nitro is there, and Amapiano equalize.
Wow. What are we seeing here right now? 51 seconds to go. How important is this kickoff Amapiano need to lock in hard on this kickoff. Oh, they go for the fake. Surely no. Oh no! Oh no! What is going on? I can't deal with this. Surely!
Can someone please hit the ball?
It's a
Jesus
calamity.
H. Christ.
It's a calamity of madness, Macht.
That was tragic on an ancient Greek level. Whatever happened in front of that net, I will never know, and I will not care to see it again. But somehow Amapiano do survive, and somehow Amapiano have a shot.
Oh.
Snowy, what a save!
Man, oh man, possibly a game-saving save there. Game-saving. Oh, what? You know what I mean. 2 seconds to go. We're heading for an overtime. Will it complete? Floating down in front of the net. Yes, we have overtime. Game 4.
And Amapiano have been counting their lucky stars that they actually are still in this, but for how long? Snowy shooting opportunity, drops it down. Not on target, and no one there to receive the pass either. Gun, second attempt. Again, swatted away to the side by Kexi this time around, and Cam looking for a redirect, finds the redirect just to prolong the time his teammates have got left to go into position, but that's not much. Kexi in and out. Oh, it's still very dangerous for Amapiano, but they do keep calm and composed.
Okay, I've got no dog in this fight, and I am so tense. This is why I don't compete. I'd be falling to pieces right now with the chaos that has ensued here. Tekos, here he goes. They've given him so much time. This is so dangerous. But Nitro will get it away. And I have to say once more how delighted I am for Nitro to see him featuring so prominently in these important matches.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, these games are why you compete. The stress, the reduced lifespan because of cardiovascular diseases. All of that is why you compete. But my God, Amapiano, if they haven't lost 5 years of life expectancy, I don't know what they've been doing. Wah!
Is that open? Yeah, Tekos will get that easily. It looked far more threatening than it turned out to be. But we're deep into the second minute of overtime, yet to separate these, and how the complexion of things suddenly changes if Amapiano can find a way through. Heading toward the net, it was wide, and Kexi going to pick that up and should be able to get at least something of a clear.
Nitro trying to follow that and actually finding Cam in the center, but unfortunately not
open
quite
net.
on the counter attack.
Dead to rights. Oh gosh,
Amapiano caught out, overcommitting, missing the ball, and 5 Fears will gladly take that gift.
Man, I have there's such an adrenaline backlog in my body, and it drains out for that. That's how we're going to end it. But what a relief for 5 Fears. Oh, Machtfish, I can't imagine how things suddenly change with this series at 2-2. But now at 3-1, 5 Fears must feel like they've got this on lock.
Look, if it's 2-2 after this, that guarantees Neo Tokyo. And Kexi has got a 5 out of 5, 100% win record on Neo Tokyo. So basically, if we go to 6, we go to 7. So that is, I think, what 5 is desperately trying to not let happen, despite the fact that they probably don't have any knowledge about Kexi's Neo Tokyo prowess.
That is a delicious prospect, and I can get behind that. But what we failed to mention in the rush of all the madness is that this will be the day's first series that is not a sweep. So 4 games, 12, but suddenly it's gone to odd numbers with that one win by Amapiano. Can they make it worse? I would love to see them do it just for the cinema of it all. But it's now everything. Throw everything at it, because you can't lose from here. Or whatever cushion you had, it's now just a flat concrete slab you're sitting on.
Yeah, no cushion exists anymore. Amapiano backs against the wall. They have to perform here on Paris to try to deny 5 years their way to Boston.
And the Eiffel Tower buff sits in favor of absolutely no one in this lobby. So they're going to have to do it all on their own.
If anything, it's a twice the debuff. And there's one more debuff because Guns is using Bayern Munich.
That's surely got to be the opener, and there's Guns! We'll find the way through. Bullied through here by Tekos and giving Guns the easiest of tap-ins.
Did well. In the end, 5 Fears. They sent their sides and they set their sides to the grand final. Guns puts it up into the skies. Only Nitro waiting there. And I do say, I do hate that decal from Guns. I'm sorry, I can't.
He deserves the debuff just for that. An attack here from Amapiano, awkward for a moment, 4-5 Fears. They survive it. Cam will hit it there or thereabouts. Just keep it interesting. Guns is going to have a shot. Guns is going to have his second goal. 2-0 to 5 Fears.
Cam is just dumping that ball into the center where Tekos is already waiting. And then, I mean, if you give Guns a chance from that distance, he is going to score 126 kph, if I read that correctly. That is quite the clanger from the young man. And 5 Fears, now they want to harbor the energy of game 2. They want to put an end to this sooner rather than later. Amapiano, they're on the counter to Cam. He can't get it on target.
Yeah, that should have been far better. Great opportunity for a goal. Here comes Nitro. Double commit in defense from 5 Fears, but I don't think they're going to get punished for it. They are going to get away with it. Guns? No, he goes for the fake, but read by Cam and kept out.
Guns still though in low boost, is trying to recover with all sorts of zap dashes and wave dashes. In the end, he will get his corner boost, but not before being challenged. And Cam finding a magnificent angle.
Excellent work from Nitro, and my goodness gracious, that was a sliver of an angle, and Amapiano do not have the good grace to just roll over.
Nope, definitely not. Amapiano still here to fight. Guns takes to the skies, gets it past one, but second touch wasn't quite what his teammate needed. Oh.
I think Guns is guilty of some horrific thievery here. Look at this. Look at this. That makes To Die For look like an angel.
Look, if you can stats pad, you're gonna stats pad. I feel like that's the way this goes with Guns and To Die For. You know, sometimes you just have to. You just can't have your teammates have all the fun.
I'm still at a level of Rocket League that if I did that, my teammate is spamming thanks.
Rightfully so. I might add.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I think we're starting to experience. We got Game 2 vibes, Forbidden Temple vibes out here at Pas de Paris.
Yep. It certainly seems to be going that way between 5 Fears and Amapiano here on game number 5. As 5 Fears, they take this as warm-up before the grand final. They know they're not, or very likely not, throwing a 3-goal lead. They're not going to let that happen to them. On the other side, Amapiano, maybe they can still inflict some damage to 5 Fears.
Yo, well, we are headed with a growing sense of inevitability. We march forward to the grand final. 5 Fears get a 5th, and it feels like Amapiano are now taking a late second timeout.
Unfortunately, though, I don't think they quite understand the mechanic of a timeout. You have to have a game after this in order for it to be effective, you know? Maybe that's a little bit of a rules reminder. And so Amapiano is certainly trying to find goals here. Guns into the skies. First reset acquired, first reset used, but still can't quite get it past Kexi.
Well, our first non-sweep of the day. It's not going to be much of a non-sweep. Only one game scored by an opposition, and it's now 6-1 as we march, maybe taking a short trip to the grand finals from Paris via Brazil to... we start on DFH Stadium, right?
Yeah, that's in Cape Town. Surely. Is DFH in Cape Town or in Joburg? I give that to your expertise, Ryan, honestly.
Cape Town. I'll go with Cape Town.
Okay. But that's certainly where the venue of the first game of the grand final will be played, as Nitro looking for a double tap. Nitro down, and Snowy denies him.
Well, there you go. Snowy. Teko's going to steal? Of course he is. Why not? Yeah. Well, welcome to Brazil, everybody.
It's nice here. It's lovely here. It's warm.
Nice time of year.
Nice time of year. In Brazil, the 7-1 in favor of Five Fears, eliminating any sort of doubt that may or may not have existed in their supporters' mind. I know one person who's going to be delighted with 5 Fears being in the grand final, at least from our crew, Pyro J. But that was only, honestly, this was half the job for 5 Fears. Amapiano was the first hurdle. The next one is waiting in the grand final in the form of KCP.
It does feel like, though, that Amapiano will maybe a quarter of the job. The bulk of the work you feel is going to come in that grand final because... And here we are in Paris, and it reminds me of the longest overtime we've ever had in a grand finals was on this very pitch. 9 minutes and 14 seconds, if memory serves. And you feel it's going to be that sort of day at the office for either 5 Fears or Pioneers to book their trip to Boston.
Whatever it's going to be a hard piece of work. But 5 Fears and KCP, neither of them got upset. Neither of them fumbled the ball, fumbled the bag. And now we get the grand final that we've all been waiting for. We get the story that we've all been waiting for this entire split. Finally, it's a difficult choice. Finally, we don't know who will go to Boston, but we do know it's going to be one of two teams. It's going to be either 5 Fears or KCP.
My concerns remain about 5 Fears for the second time, unable to close out a double-digit victory in a game with so many goals.
Shocking.
But Machtfish, I guess the big plot twist for the weekend is that in the grand final we'll decide who goes to Boston, because none of us saw that one coming. Yet, that's where we find ourselves.
Yeah, totally didn't see that one coming. Don't know what you mean, man. But it's a surprise to all of us. We certainly struggled to find out which of the top 2 teams we are, which of these over 100 teams I think we started the Open 1 qualifier with were our top 2. But in the end, 5 Fears and KCP against all odds are our grand finalists.
One more game, and that game is the grand final. 5 Fears, Kansas City Pioneers. Everything on the line for a major in Boston. We go take a break to allow the players a bit of time to take a breath and get ready. And in the next hour and 20 minutes, we are going to know who goes to Boston. We'll be right back with the grand final.
Dozens of teams, multiple weeks, so many games, matches, demos, goals, you name it. And it all culminates right here, right now. Welcome back, everyone, to RLCS SSA, where we are about to find out which one of our phenomenal teams will be representing the Sub-Saharan Africa region at the RLCS Boston Major. I'm still Nari Mizuki, and I'm joined once again by my fantastic panel because we're about to take you through our grand final. If you have just joined us, well, I'll be honest, the first 4 games were a little bit of a blowout, it must be said. Here is our schedule for the day. 3 4-0s, 1 4-1 Amapiano. I'm not sure if Amapiano surprised us or if Five Fears did in a slightly more negative way, but no matter how you slice it, Five Fears have cemented themselves in that grand final and are staring down the barrel of being our representative. But that's going to bring us into chatting a little bit more about this game, because we said in Open 2 that KCP were looking fallible. We come into Open 3, KCP have looked pretty good, and off the back of that last series, we have some concerns about Five Fears, Romeo.
Look, I think we always have concerns. That's why we're here. We're to analyze and concern ourselves with the state of this game. But the one thing that all of us saw coming is that this is a Five Fears KCP final. Five Fears, look, they pushed into overtime, but you can also give credence to the quality of their opposition. They did incredibly well as well, so do not take that away from them, I think. But on paper, this has potential to be the biggest game of the season so far, and I'm so immensely hyped just to be on this panel to witness this game, because I don't think the stakes have ever been higher.
It's a really, really exciting time for SSA Rocket League by a country mile. And I do want to just quickly dive in, remind everyone you can vote for your driver of the day. We've just come off of another insane series. So if you felt that one of those drivers should get your vote, make sure to go and do that. Otherwise, wait till the end of the grand final. Don't wait till the very end of the grand final, because we will, of course, be announcing our driver of the day at the end of the day. But you can wait, maybe wait a couple of matches in and hold your judgment until then. I also want to remind everyone to please get your votes in Twitch chat. Let us know who you think is going to be walking away. Of course, this is the really important prediction, because maybe not the first time, but it kind of feels like for a long time, Greybeard, we've come into Open 3 and it's been we already know which team is going. The stakes aren't that high, but this time around, it really is anyone's game.
We have never, ever had the grand final of a final split to determine who wins the split, who goes to the major. That has never happened before, and it is happening right here and right now, and it is magnificent. And we all have our favorites, we all have our ideas of who we would like to go, and it comes down to the 6 people with maybe their coaches whispering sweet tendernesses into their ear to encourage them along. But it is just wonderful. It's not just about this game, not just about the extra dollar for who wins. This is the trip. This is for glory. This is to go and pioneer SSA Rocket League at a major. And I am so here for it.
Oh, he said to pioneer. Oh dear, is there a little bit of a favoritism there? Mayhaps. We've also got a little bit of a matchup here between Sweaty and Snowy that you guys can just kind of dig your teeth into. But Mark, I think you had a little something you wanted to drop into the conversation here.
I'm just very sad that there was a great pun opportunity missed. They can pioneer the fear into the other regions. Right? Surely that was something that was missed, right? And for the sake of neutrality.
The English teacher in me just wants to tell you that you can't pioneer fear. That's not how that works. So, you know what? Get wrecked.
This isn't my native language, so I get to do what I want.
That's the main reason that I didn't actually do it, and I just said that I wanted to do it. And by doing that, it's kind of like me doing it. Nuance.
Yeah,
but talking
got
of
you.
nuance,
You don't like me, Sam, I know.
There's a lot of nuance in this game because looking at those stats, it's incredibly close. It's incredibly kind of down to the wire. We talk about the on paper of it all. What are we thinking? What is our temperature check for this game? Because again, we come into it, KCP 1 open 1, 5 Fears 1 open 2. The stats are disgustingly close. KCP looked really strong today. Maybe 5 Fears looked a little bit fallible, but in the grand final, none of that really matters. You come to the table on a clean slate, don't you, Macht?
Yeah, everything happening up until this point, and I mean that for the past 2 months, has been utterly and completely irrelevant, because this now is the only series that matters. And boy, if I'm looking at a series like this, I can't look past the experience of someone like Snowy, who genuinely scares me in terms of, okay, willingness to want to win.
I can see that. I can totally see that. And it builds on the point I was trying to make here, because when you have a look at the side, and Nauri said it, that the stats speak for themselves. They are so disgustingly close that the only difference maker on the day is going to be 1, game plan, and 2, mentals. And given the fact that these are 2 of the highest competing teams in our region, make no mistake, the mentals are going to have to be at the very top, because it is going to be the difference maker.
Oh, goodness me. Yes, it is such an important thing, and tenacity, of course, because every now and then you might start a series at a 2-0. You might need to start relying on a sweep to come through. Make sure that you keep your head in the game. So with all of that said and done, we have spoken at length about these 2 teams leading up to today, through the first 2 opens, through the course of the last couple of days. And now it's all about us putting our money where our mouths are. So let me get those predictions from our wonderful and highly intelligent analysts. Bromeo, I'll start with you and then we'll work up in intelligence.
Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. Look, for me, this game is going to be incredibly close. It's going to come down to the wire. And make no mistake, I think this is going all the way. I think it's a game 7. Give me 5 Fears.
Okay.
All right. Well, I have a very strong feeling about how KCP responded to their loss in open number 2 and how they have come into this weekend. And given that, I believe they are on a mission. They are yet to drop a game in this entire weekend. And to be fair, 5 Fears have only dropped 1. But I think KCP come here and they come here locked, and they are going to go to Boston and they're going to do it in 6, not 7.
Ooh, the anime revenge arc. Macht, are you on that train?
No, simply because a great occasion deserves a great final. For me, but by definition, a great grand final, has to go the distance. I'm with Bromeo. I'm saying it goes to 7, but I believe in the end there can be only one, and that one is a neighing horse, KCP, in 7.
Oh my goodness, okay. I also have 5 Fears taking it in 6, but that's enough waffling from our side. I believe the Twitch chat is also very much in favor of KCP, quite heavily, in fact. But why don't we take a look and see, because we are going to dive into our grand final without further ado, without any more waffling, any more nonsense. This is where everything is on the line, all of the stakes. Boston on the horizon. It's KCP, it's 5 Fears, it's the teams we expected, but will the outcome be expected?
The moment that SSA has been waiting years and years and years for is finally here. A grand final in a final open of a split where the major spot is still on the line. A best of 7 between the 2 best teams in the region for all the marbles. The Kansas City Pioneers, with To Die For, Sweaty, and Luis P, your winners of Open 1, taking on 5 Fears, represented by Snowy, Guns, and Tekos, your winners of Open 2. The stage is set. The lights are bright and the players are ready. Nothing that came before matters now. It's one team versus the other with a spot in Boston on the line. Get excited, chat. The grand final of SSA Open 3 starts now.
Oh, all right. Oh, both these teams have had a great showing already. And there's something different about a grand finals like this where literally only this series counts. The winner of this heads off to Boston. Nothing is predetermined, everything is permitted, and only excellence will be accepted. 7 games stand between three men and a trip to Boston. Kicks off now. Let's see. You cannot afford to miss a moment. And right now, I think the series is going to be filled with great moments.
Oh, I think it is as well. We get into it. It's very even to start things off, but you imagine the feeling out period between these two sides is not going to last especially long. Luis P off that right-hand side is going to be able to get the 50 cleared away by Tekos. Trying to break the lines. There's a demo over the top. Tekos still able to keep possession to Nightfall. That's a rubbish respawn. Oh no, he's been let down really by where the car decided to respawn in. There he comes. Can only hit the ball middle. Tekos follows through. First goal on the board.
Man, I don't know if you just thank the RNG gods there. There's a 50% chance of him coming in on that side of the field. And at that exact moment where he can't avoid it, I don't know if Tekos was actually calculating any part of that. And that's such a big moment to separate these two teams. 5 Fears get that first break, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. They're coming in for a second chance right now. This one skies up towards the ceiling, and Tekos still quickly in tow of this, looking to bring it down. Lewis B has to send a ricocheting bouncer and follow it up afterwards to clear the line.
Yeah, cleared away though by Snowy down that right side. Guns cutting across. Lovely finish from the young gun of 5 Fears. Bottom left corner. 2-0 early.
Well, the first goal was a stroke of luck. This time was a stroke of brilliance. Finds that line in between the defenders, and there were enough of them around there to make an attempt at it, but too quick on that snatch up is Guns, and gives 5 Fears a little bit of a brace towards us. Now the turnaround. Sweaty trying to find it down. Lewis B caught spiraling with no boost, so he's going to have to retreat down. Up to Sweaty to try and find Cam. Immediately cut off by Snowy, and instead Lewis B now tries to rejoin this attack.
Hey, you have to remember something we saw in the Pioneers match a little bit earlier on against Bro Crocros is they showed heart, they showed mental, they showed that they were able to come back from losing situations. 5 Fears have to be on their game right now, maybe extend even further if they are to make sure that Pioneers won't be able to take a game. Maybe they will extend a little bit further. Guns patient, but nothing doing there. Another opportunity at the angle cleared away by To Die For. Pioneers goal living a very charmed life still in this first game.
Yeah, 5 Fears is doing an impeccable job of not giving any sort of space. To Die For takes off on a bit of a tear, but hounded the entire way through there. No one from Pioneers being able to really stretch their wings. Lewis B is going to take to the skies, but clipped down at the last. And To Die For, that's a great pass towards the center. Sweaty on that third man meant that he didn't have all the freedom to try and get a nice early jump to it, but Pioneers finally getting some extended periods of pressure right now. A breakaway gonna cause To Die For to have some work to do, and Snowy was trying to get in the way, still causing a bit of a tussle there. It's 5 Fears and Pioneers, each with a look, but no one really with a solid attempt in the last minute or so.
No, that's a really nice pass over to that right-hand side. 5 Fears just challenging Pioneers to break beyond the halfway line, saying, we're gonna set up shop in this position. It's up to you to break us down. They might have done so. Guns has been taken out of the play. Double commit there from 5 Fears on the goal line. There's a chance here for Sweaty to try and take advantage. He can't do so. And with the clock ticking down, 5 Fears are still to be broken. Tekos will try and get the clear.
Clears are coming pretty handedly and consistently for both these sides, but it's that last 10% that neither of these teams is able to find purchase in. The big difference between them is 5 Fears content to let this go without another goal. Pioneers definitely not, and Sweaty going to put paid to that straight away. It's an immaculate pass coming out from Lewis P across the face of the goals, and despite 2 diving defenders, neither player from 5 Fears can get hold of that. We're back down to just a single goal.
And what was I talking out a little bit earlier, Ultrism? Pioneers don't know when they're beaten. They don't know when they're broken. They always find a way. And Pioneers are growing into game number 1 brilliantly.
I mean, how many times have we seen this? Pioneers slow to the start, but once you get them revved up, they change into that second or third gear. And they're there as a unit to try and put an onslaught against the goals. Five Beers come off second best in that regards. They're immediately coming back, and what a passing play to set it up. And Tekos wastes no time. This is Five Beers saying that if you can step it up, you haven't seen the heights to which we can climb.
The panic that you see in Pioneers when they realize it's a fake kickoff from Five Fears. You know that they immediately went, they've got something planned. That's not good. And they just didn't have an answer for it. There were 2 players on the goal line, neither able to get a hand to that shot. Five Fears answer back after being realistically bullied back into an even stanza. 48 seconds on the clock. Is there going to be a to die for moment here? Looking for the 50 on the goal line. Saved by Snowy.
Man, valiant attempt coming up from to die for, and Lewis P has actually got a shot himself. He gets the one flip. 2 players up into the air required, but both of them together through the power of friendship. Link up. There's been a demolition. That ball was stagnant for a second. The Pioneers find no forthcoming shot there. 23 seconds left. They cannot, first and foremost, allow another goal to go in. They also have to worry that this ball needs to make some distance down there. Snowy has been given an opportunity. Only finds the woodwork at the end. But the time continues to tick down. The final 10 seconds before 5 years secures game number 1, and they're going to find an extra goal to secure it.
I mean, after Snowy missed that empty net, I was starting to worry that Pioneers might be able to grow back into the game, but no, great work down the left side for Guns. Out of the corner, Five Fears, they took the lead, they got pushed back, but then they're still able to take home the victory. Game 1 goes their way, and taking no chances. Not trying to pop that ball high, not trying to get another one. They're winning by 2 goals. They had the ability to do that if they wanted. They choose not to. They marshal it on the floor. They say, nope, we're not taking any liberties. That is not the scoreline at the end of game 1. I guarantee you it was 4-2 to 5 Fears.
Oh, man. And I think it's so good for Five Fears mentally that they were able to pick up a 2-goal lead. You know, you don't want to be winning by that one fortuitous first goal where it pops off to die for as he respawns. To be able to link together, and I mean, this part play on screen right now may have been the highlight of the entire match. The ability of Five Fears to come together and finding the empty space at the end to just hammer that home. That is a strong-looking 5 Fears side, and KCP, like you said, always a team that's resolute and able to step up just one more time and never just settle to being over behind. We'll just look to the next game. They're there fighting, and it's a back and forth. Both teams are bringing their A game right now because that's what they have to do.
There is no other option.
No.
If you bring anything less than 100%, you will be played off the park by the opposition because they will just want it more. No. Everything is on the line. We have maybe hyperbolized this grand final a little bit, but it's so difficult to do because you can't overstate it. This is everything for the season for both of these teams. Both of these teams' orgs picked up these respective rosters assuming they would get a major spot. That is the level that we find ourselves in. Five Fears and KCP, anything less than Boston is not acceptable.
And these, it has to be said, we've said it over and over, these were the 2 right teams to invest in for any of the organizations. Oh, what a cutoff there! The immediate pressure coming out from Pioneers to corral this ball at the end means that either one's still a worthwhile contender. Tekos trying to get that wide, dives all the way down to his own back line. But he just meets the opposition of Pioneers, and still the series, long yet unforetold. So we can see both of these organizations, as you say, looking towards that major spot with salivating jowls.
Absolutely, and this is Luis P, the import for Pioneers, trying to get something going. Goodness, does he! Great work down the left side from Luis P. Tries to stay with the play, gets the 50 nicely, and that pops beautifully free for the second man positioning, which is Sweaty. right there on the scene. Make sure he buries it. 2-0 Pioneers. Great start to game 2.
Yeah, Sweaty just seems to live in that second man spot. He's always in the best opportunity presenting moments where if anything pops out, even for a quarter of a second, he's going for it. He's making a valiant shot, and he's got the mechanics behind him to be able to put in these great shots over and over from any position on the field. So amazing how quickly Pioneer is able to stack up those 2 goals in a second time in a row. Now the task is up to 5 years. Can they rally themselves and have that big match temperament that they need? They're going to be going off Snowy's big breakaway clear right now. Finds his way down to Lewis P, who wins the 50 afterwards, and going to get a second for his trouble. Keeps the possession in the hand of Pioneers, but 5 years are ready to make a foregoing movement here.
Lewis P missed that 100 boost by a split second, and split seconds decide games at this level. It won't decide this play just yet. Lewis P will be given an opportunity to break down the field. Locked away for the moment by Snowy. Lewis just trying to be annoying, trying to get in the face of 5 Fears. They're doing a good job of it as well. Pioneers a different game plan from game number 1, and it is working an absolute treat to die for. Going to try and send this away. Lewis P in his own net, maybe wanting to come through and support. What a bump that is onto 5 Fears. Pioneers feel like the bully in this game that 5 Fears were in game 1.
Oh, I mean, this series, I feel, is going to turn so often, Rhino. They are going to be different teams trying out stuff that we haven't seen from them before. Oh, the shot comes through, and there's just enough time to be able to slide that in before the defender can make that final rotation. There's a little pop from Lewis at the end. It was great. And then going for the 50 afterwards, you can see Snowy, he was millimeters away. But it was Lewis P constructing that from absolutely nothing that puts 5 Years one more step behind.
Does to die for. Working down the left-hand side, looking for a pass middle. There's no second man there. Sweaty, although he is that perennial second man, still taking a while off the kickoff to get into position. Now, he's next up in his back corner. Got to take it beyond a couple. Can't even take it past one. Snowy, a huge dunking on the left wall. Chance to clear away. A fight back from 5 Fears. We approach the halfway mark. A real opportunity there for Sweaty to score an own goal, to be honest, that doesn't come to pass.
Oh, that's a great dunk down towards the center and cut off. Sweaty somehow gets in the way of the shot. It was a tight angle to work with in the first place, so he knew which line he had to try and shut down. Big question now, 5 Years yet to open their account in this game. It's going to be a long flight up by Tekos. Settles himself with the 50. Knew he couldn't catch up to that ball, but he's managed to regain himself. Now the war of attrition and starving the boost of their opponents. The number of bumps that are reinforced as well, and somehow still Lewis B going to be able to scrape that off his line.
There are going to be so many questions asked of Guns in this grand final. This is not a position he's been in before. He is the youngest man on the field. He's the one with the least experience, certainly. And that's a big moment there for him. He's going to want it back, because anywhere other than down into the ground, that's a goal back for 5 Fears, and we're talking about a potential comeback. Can't do that right now. Just wonder if that will be the difference, if the experience difference between the two rosters will determine the result here today. Ball into the middle, chance for Tekos, gets a double, but over the bar. Oh, Ultraism, it's very tense stuff.
It's huge, and I'm glad that you bring up Guns, because he's going to have to play a pivotal role. You know, he was the mechanical prodigy who stepped up just a couple of years ago and hasn't had that international exposure. On the other side, everyone from KCP has been to at least one major in the past. So, you know, Guns, the least consistent but potentially higher skill ceiling individual player out here, arguably, has got a lot of work to do, and there was never a more important time than in this series right now. He takes towards this guy, he's looking for that backboard read. He's above one, he pops it down to his teammate. Second shot comes through, but Tekos finds a wall of blue in the way. I don't know if that one goal would have made a difference, but psychologically, 5 Fears being withheld like this is not good for them.
That's another one. I don't want to be that guy, but that's the second time on Forbidden Temple. Gunn should have put a shot on target and probably got his team a goal back. Not ideal for him, and as you say, it's all mental, especially when you're not experienced in this moment. Could let the point get to him, and we obviously wouldn't want to see that. We want to see both of these teams playing at 100%. There's a chance for 1 goal for the road for Five Fears, but no. Pioneers do exactly the same as what Five Fears did at the end of game 1. Get the ball on the ground, get us out of this game, move forward.
And I think that's a great part for this series as a whole. We did not want to see a sweep either way, not in this grand finals. And Pioneers come back not just with a victory, but a convincing one at that. 3 goals unanswered. And suddenly Five Fears, were they able to put on a lot, have given us reason to doubt that they are going to take this in a nice, clean series behind them. They were looking so dominating, but time and time again, their backline just a little bit scattered, but more importantly, their finishing not as crisp as it needed to be. There were valiant attempts, there were great shots, but nothing that was like really testing and kind of beating the defenders. There was always at least one blue player behind or early challenges to shut it down before it began.
And that is both credit to Five Fears because they're getting those shots, they're getting those opportunities, but it's more credit to KCP for setting up that defensive wall in the way that they have. Brilliant work from the Pioneers. They looked really, really good in that game too. And I figured that we were going to learn quite a lot as soon as KCP went 1-0 up about the mentality of Five Fears, because we saw in game 1, KCP were ready. Once they went 2-0 down, they could still fight back. They could still find something. I didn't see that same fight after going 2-0 down from Five Fears. Maybe they'll prove me wrong later in the series, but for now, I've got a big question mark over that.
And I think that's going to be huge. The way that this team is able to unite and communicate when things get as tough as they are in this series is going to be the defining factor of Five Fears. We know that they are full of very strong personalities, and whether those are going to force them to just solidify as a unit, or more likely crack and try and take that mantle upon themselves, is going to determine whether KCP just needs to wait out and let that rot stir from within. But Pioneers have at least planted that seed of discord in their opponents and now looking to carry on. A nice carry from Tadaifor, going to put pressure on the back line. Tekos stops it dead in its track. Has 2 players to beat here and tries for the second 50. It's all up to Snowy now to buy time for his overcommitting teammates.
Sweaty does so well on that far side. I want to raise attention to that because he realizes that he's third man a little bit too late, but he still recovers really well to slow down the Five Fears attack and allow his teammates to get back into position. Really nice knowledge and game sense from the Pioneers. Five Fears are continuing to take those early 50s though, continuing to try and make Pioneers very uncomfortable. You will do so by putting shots on target and taking early 50s. That's exactly what they're doing so far. That pass not going to find its way through. Guns bring it away. Lots of boost. But he gets dunked by Sweaty. There's a chance here, but Snowy pushes it into the corner.
Into the corner is a place that neither of these teams really wants to fight out. Still both looking to take that first mark on their opponents. And right now, Pioneers kind of getting stuck out here. Lewis P trying to get up and over. Bit of a pinch back and across the Five Fears net is going to send them scurrying. Nearly dedicating 2 players. It's up to Snowy to try and turn around. He's not got the best positioning. And also another extra jump. Pioneers with all the control in the world now. Lewis P takes his own touch of the backboard. The first one doesn't go in, but it opens up a couple more opportunities for Pioneers to find some space. It's up to Sweaty now, having stolen the boost. Little chips, little cuts. Death by 1,000 cuts is the Pioneers' way if they're forced into it.
Yeah, certainly. And that 50 not really going to be favoring either person. Couple of demos going the way of Five Fears, though. 3v1 starts, but no one is quick on that ball from Five Fears. So Pioneers can get back into position. They can take boost as well. Not really any boost stealing coming through from Five Fears. And that means Tadaifor's got a full tank to drive down the field. Luis P pops high. Tekos absolutely dusts him in the air, but more bumping on the backlines. The pass across from Sweaty wasn't commed very well to Tadaifor. The ball finds its way across that right-hand side. This has definitely been the longest we've gone at the start of a game so far in this series without a goal. And you just have to credit the adaptation from both teams.
Yeah, and you can tell in their mentality and the way that they're playing, the tempo has picked up to a furious pace. As Pioneers was able to keep that tempo up in their side, though, and adapt to the increase in ferocity from both sides. The drop down, Sweaty finding Tadaifor, redirects it in. We've given criticism to Tadaifor before for stealing open goals, but this time fully needed and links up with his longtime teammate. It's the 2 South Africans who find the first goal here It is such a pivotal game, number 3, and Pioneers now have to defend this 1-goal lead for the next 2 minutes.
Trust it to be just after the caster says we've not had any goals for a goal to come. That is Caster Curse at its finest in the grand final of the SSA Open 3. Flick forwards from Luis P. How much power did he get on that? Wow! Oh my goodness me, the Spaniard, how on earth, from a standing start, has he got that much power?
That's the halfway line that he lobs that, and it only just goes in underneath the crossbar. Both of the defenders, you can see from 5 years, were in position waiting for the expected shot or a pass around it, but no one expects this this amazing play from Lewis P to be able to send it down the length of the field, and it gives Pioneers now a second, looking for a third.
Oh.
That's a touch! Oh my God, to die for! He's been touted as the best mechanical player for years on end, and showcases why with this right here.
That is a redirect and then some. This weekend has shown a wide variety of quality across the SSA region. But let me tell you something. We have saved the best for last. KCP are showing up in this grand final. They want the victory, and they are going to fight, scratch and claw, to try and make sure they get it over the line. To die for. More mechanics, and to die for. That's unbelievable. A hat trick in game 3.
Oh, from his own side of the field. That is painful to watch if you're a 5 Years fan, but so beautiful to a fan of Rocket League. And I mean, this is something, Rhino, that we've kind of talked hypothetically about on the panel so many times, is watching the growth of this region. We got to see 5 Years putting in an immaculate passing play earlier. Now we get to see To Die For and how far he's come from the youngster of the crowd. What he started this at 15, I think, is what he made his RLCS debut at. And this is now a veteran of the scene, showing that every year he adds more into his arsenal.
He really does. Luis P now trying not to be upstaged. Ceiling reset, not going to get much more, but with less than 40 seconds and 4 goals to find. 5 Beers, I hate to tell you, you're going 2-1 down in this series. Ball off the top, cleared away. Tekos to try and collect a little bit of momentum. Would at least be something to take through into game 4. But Luis P doesn't want any of that noise. 20 seconds to go. The Spaniard might have something more up his sleeve. Follows through. Nice, the 50 as well. Doesn't get much more than that.
And he did that all at such a quick pace as well. He was able to pick that up confidently, take it past his teammates, and then go up into there fast enough to catch 5 Fears on the defensive line on a completely new angle. So really nice showing here from Pioneers. This flick not going to prove any more joy to them, but I think smiles abound already as Pioneers, they take themselves a game up in the series. And Rhino, I know both these teams are reticent at the best of times to take a timeout, but neither one, I think, going to want to slow down right now.
I think there is a team that wants to slow down. I really do. I think 5 Fears need to take a pause. This is only going one way. It's one-way traffic right now. 5 Fears have not had a goal since game 1. They have had over 10 minutes of goalless action. That something is wrong, very clearly. And if you're not willing to take a timeout here, you are there. It is. There it is. We don't have to discuss the fact that they are opening themselves at risk of going behind 3-1 and facing series point, facing Boston point. That's not the case. They take time. That's the right decision.
Yeah, too many teams leave this way too late. And even if it's not that you have things to discuss on your own squad, sometimes it's worthwhile just putting down the controller for a second. Otherwise, you're just trying to offset your opponents when they are seeing that ball way too big and way too cleanly, like David is doing. To Die For has been sublime, and Lewis P has got no slouch behind that either. When your opponents are seeing it like that, you break their momentum. You make sure that they have to reset themselves. And if nothing else, just take the time to do this before you're sitting on that match point. I love this timeout call. And Rhino, the big question comes in. 5 Fears, what is different from game number 1 as to these previous 2 showings?
Oh, I mean, there's a couple of things to break down there, absolutely. But realistically, I don't actually think 5 Fears have made an adjustment since that first game. I think they're playing the same way. I think it's the other side of the field that you've got to look to figure out why this game has gone the opposite way. Kansas City Pioneers have made the adaptations to make it difficult for Five Fears to get what they want to get going. They are able to challenge them early, break them down. They're showing that they've got the mechanics to fly through the air and absolutely bamboozle the Five Fears defense at any given moment. To Die For has absolutely started popping off. They are very clearly just in the ascendancy right now, and with the momentum, Five Fears need to find a way to turn it around on Utopia Coliseum.
And with that momentum behind you, it gives you that confidence to go and pick up the pace. Pioneers seem to be doing well at this streaking blitz pace of Rocket League that they are bringing to the fore right now, and Five Fears maybe allowing that timeout to try and settle this down for just a second. Check the tempo of their opposition. Pioneers don't seem to want to have anything with it, and now start linking together. They got the pass to Die For, the stalwart of the squad for the day. It seems he nearly finds his way back into a rotation. Instead, they're going to settle themselves for a demo. Now Lewis P with the mechanics. It's an early jump up from Guns, and that's the only thing denying that shot from a place in the history books.
Another demo, but it's downfield, and Five Fears have already started breaking the lines. Doesn't really matter. Sweaty now in a 1v1. Looking now maybe for the pass. Goes alone off the backboard. Good read by Tekos, but Lewis P is next up.
Oh, he had that as well. That was a great attempt from Lewis P. Just a little too high up into the air, and instead To Die For. This is where Pioneers has done so much work, and we saw it coming out of them in the semifinals. If you don't check them on your own baseline, they're going to hop, they're going to bounce, they're going to tuck it into the backboard time and time again until they play hopscotch over your head and find an empty goal waiting for them. Tekos diving through there, and Five Fears showing themselves scattered when it comes to that final bastion.
I have to say, Ultraism, I'm a little bit nervous now. I've not seen anything in the first minute and 20 seconds that is a stark difference from a Five Fears perspective of what was happening in games 1, 2, and 3. Pioneers may just have their number. Ball dropped down, cleared away over on that right-hand side. It's going to be an opportunity for Tekos to go through, but no, To Die For cuts him off the source. Now Lewis P trying to break down. That's a brilliant 50. He's not going to be able to get a second one. Oh, that's wonderful from Guns. Snowy will be credited with the goal, but make no mistake, it's the youngster on Five Fears who makes this one.
Oh, the play to actually knock your opponent out there. Checks himself, has the ability to go for the redirect, but realizes the ball doesn't have enough pace on it to really get it past his opposition, so removes the opposition. Guns has been so good at the physical plays consistently, and that's the spark of life we wanted to see from Five Fears.
Certainly is. Pioneers looking to send that spark away, though. They want to put some water on it. Completely go. They will have to do a little bit more work than maybe they have had to in the previous games. A team pinch attempt. If that doesn't show you where the Pioneers' mentality is, I don't know what will. They're feeling it.
I mean, this will be the big difference as to who can win this game right now. Five Fears has given themselves a way back in, and a lot of people after those last two series, especially with those goal lines, looking at Pioneers already starting to lift that crown. But Five Fears has a way back into it. Almost the entire panel gave this at least a 4-2, most a 4-3, and we deserve to see that game number 7. It all starts though, and to try to do that as a near reverse sweep is going to be a far more monumental task for Five Fears, but that's what looms above them. To Die For again finds the path through.
Aggression, power, fearlessness. There may be Five Fears on the other side of the board, but there are no fears in the Pioneers' minds whatsoever. Playing forwards, playing with intent, forcing a 50 there, a pinch into the Five Fears net. These are the kind of plays that Pioneers need to pull off if they are to take down the Giants on the other side. And I think that Giant is being cut down to size slowly but surely.
And it's by the variation. The fact that Pioneers is showing so many diverse approaches to the net and pulling them off. They're not just something that they came up with a spur of the moment idea. It's been years building to this grand finals. That's a breakaway. The cut across and the pass is intercepted. Snowy manages to find himself an opportunity out of this magical 50, and Tekos with a presence of mind did not try to take that on his own. Third man's already making a run. And Snowy brings us back into the series.
Dare I say, a touch lackadaisical from Sweaty in that instance. Moved across, had a load of boost, didn't want to use it because he was like, well, there's no one over there. Joke's on you, buddy. There is! But To Die For makes amends. I don't know what To Die For had for breakfast this morning, but whoever it is should sponsor him because clearly he is just feeling it today. Another 2 goals, this time in game 4. Pioneers back ahead.
Man, I'm sad that we don't actually get Romeo to pick apart that one play right there with his teleprompter because I think there was so much subtlety built into that. It was Lewis P with the fake there to bring the pass to a more logical place. I'm pretty sure Sweaty actually checks guns out of the play to be able to give him that space and pass it back towards the center. And the finish was there with full confidence. Pioneers, they bring back their lead and quickly as well. Such an underrated part of this and straight away back into the attack. There's 2 players committed to this right now and a nice extra touch from Tekos gives him the space, but no one able to shut down To Die For quickly with another challenge. And instead, Lewis P going to go up and over. This ball going to drop down, needs to find the hands of 5 Fears and given away the possession, handed back in the final minutes towards KCP, who needs one more goal, and it lingers. So tempestuously on the front line and temptatiously, as Greybeard loved earlier.
Yeah, I do want to talk just quickly about the double commit we saw down the other end for 5 Fears just a moment ago, because I think it's important and I think it's indicative of their mentality. That is a double commit born out of frustration. That is a double commit born out of, I need to take this ball because I feel it necessary that my team aren't doing what I want them to do. Not listening to communication, not calling your teammate off, just deciding that you are going to go ahead and do that. You won't win championships. You won't win opens with that mentality. And as the clock ticks down, Pioneers, the floor is lava for 5 Fears. And Boston Point goes the way of the KCP.
Oh, and it's this pace. Ever since this series has turned up that dial a little bit, Pioneers have had the run of the show, and it really plays, I think, onto the 5 Fears mentality. They've got guns, they've got Snowy. Both of these players are known to want to do more, to lift their teams onto their shoulders, and it's just not a reliable strategy when everyone on your opposition side is so reliable, and they work together with the synergy that Pioneers threatens right now. Look at this. Every one of these plays comes from multiple people getting involved. I want to actually check back at that play from earlier. There we go. That's a nice little play, but the way Lewis P psychs out his opposition, that third goal coming out of Pioneers, it just shows a different approach mentally from first principles for Pioneers, I think.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. There you go. That's the one. And the double from To Die For, absolutely wonderful. I mean, I just don't have any words. KCP are playing absolutely out of their minds. I think To Die For woke up and decided to do his best Regina George impression. Getting losers, we're going to Boston. This is ridiculous.
And that's what you kind of need for a grand finals, right? You want your one player to step up. And To Die For, ironically, has been someone who's not been afraid to take that more quieter role. He used to on, the old Bravado rosters in Orlando Pirates. Not Bravado, sorry, Orlando Pirates, I think. He was the one who was the mechanical god, the genius that started things off. And now he's finally been able to reclaim that title and looking towards the last driver of the day votes, I'm sure, at this stage. But more importantly, the laser focus of the youngster to know what the objective is. We are going to Boston. And on today, Pioneers is the better team that would want to represent SSA, it seems.
The key thing is we are still playing Rocket League. There is still life in 5 Fears. There is still opportunity to turn this around here on Parc de Paris. As To Die For trying to win that 50. Does enough to send Louis P down the line. Is there a little bit of boost starving going on? There certainly is. 5 Fears full tanks. Might not matter if that breaks the halfway line. Snowy still trying to stick with the play. Down the left. But all of a sudden, Pioneers, they've at least got something in the tank to be able to strike the counter.
Yeah, Pioneers is an answer for everything. That's a really nice dunk coming out from Tekos, desperately trying to wave dash to get the boost, but it's committed 2 of their players to that side of the field and given the entire opposite side to Sweaty. He's got to die for, looking for the bump. Instead, he goes towards the air. Tekos was there and waiting. The Pioneers, that's just their first salvo, ready to now try and constrict this. Guns has to pull off some magic and uses his infamous Musty, one of the best at that trick in the game. But it's not enough when you've got Open. On the other side, Open is the name of the game here for Pioneers, who've got themselves some space to take some shots.
The funny thing about that is some people would look at that and go, oh, well, Pioneers double committed for that, right? There was 2 players there trying to win that 50. No, that second sentence is so important. There were 2 players there trying to make sure that they formed a barricade, a wall, so that the play away couldn't happen. What on earth am I seeing in the back line for Pioneers? Why did no one go for that ball?
Oh, we talk about the detriment of miscommunication, and there were 2 players with an eye on that one. Either one would have taken a good shot. Neither is a problem, unfortunately, for them, and they've given 5 Fears a way back into this series. We all are asking for game number 7, and suddenly that light flickers and comes to life for just a second. 1 goal, certainly not enough to put this firmly back in their hands, and again, they're immediately on the defense as 5 Fears. But 1 goal is the start of a story.
And 1 goal turns into 1 game, turns into another goal, turns into 2 games, turns into game 7, which it feels like would just be poetic for this series to finish at. And there's another opportunity to die for. Flying across his goal line, keeping the scoreline at 1-0. Opportunity there that doesn't come to pass. 5 Fears asking all of the questions in game 5.
Controlling this ball so well. Pioneers have had the possession wrenched from them, it seems, and trying to just regather themselves. It's going to be Sweaty off his own backboard, going at a difficult angle to try and get the distance on this that he wants. And Tekos patiently on the ground, makes 150, makes a second, gets the wave dash to pick it up. Sweaty going to help the ball on his way, and makes life difficult actually for Tadai, who has to come off the back wall. Makes so much distance though. Still, the ball not taken out of the hands of the orange players.
That's a statement of intent that early 50. Pioneers want this ball back. They want it moved towards the 5 Fears net. They want to do so right here, right now. Luis P doesn't win the 50. Sweaty does. Down the left side, into the middle. To die for loses out. Luis P trying to rise highest. There's an opportunity at the angle, cleared away. And now to die for breaks down the field, gets a reset. Can we see some more mechanics? No, we can't.
Oh, you can see the 5 Fears respect for that. They knew to die for. He had been going a long way and they were not letting him go any further. Diving from what felt like the halfway line on their way back just to try and intercept that. But instead, now they've got to worry about Lewis P. The first jump is there. Holds in the air, does Snowy. He's been in this position before. He knows that that next shot is coming, but he's got to do it again. Muscles it towards the side. He's found Guns, but Guns now dispossessed. Sweaty sends the bounce across, and this is Pioneers trying to set up what they've used to their greatest efficacy so often before. To dive for in the air, denied the possession, but every time this ball crosses the net, you hold your breath if you're a 5 Fears fan to try and get it across that halfway mark with any sort of lasting impact.
Certainly, and now this is Sweaty moving forwards, given time, but not enough. Guns, big 50 win, out of the corner. 5 Fears backs against the wall as they now just try and force this one over the line. Not the best play forwards from Pioneers. Cleared away by Tekos. He'll get beyond the challenge as well. Luis P makes a mistake. Now trying to rectify it. Gets the bump at least, which will slow down the attack. Demo in the back lines. Tekos taken out. To die for trying to move forwards, but that is an absolute brilliant spawn for Tekos. Still problems. Cleared away. It might be Pioneers with one final attack. There's a pass downfield. That redirect is silly, but Guns collects, leaves the ball on the ground. There's still an opportunity. Ball high. Sweaty won't get there. Ball might just find its home. It doesn't. 5 Fears extend the series to Neo Tokyo at least.
Oh, that final play would have been heartbreaking if 5 Fears needed that final goal, but because that was so clearly in. But they're going to be happy. It's not a convincing victory, but 1 goal is all that was needed. The more important thing, restricting Pioneers out like they've done to the 5 Fears so often before. And right now we have the series back up for grabs. 2 games now to the better on 5 Fears. And one more step that 5 Fears have gotten out of the many that's still required, whereas KCP still linger on that point to Boston.
And that's one opportunity gone for KCP. Things start to get a little bit more tense if option 2 starts to fall away from their grasp. And I think that's going to test the mentality of KCP as well. I mentioned one goal turns into one game, turns into another goal, turns into another game for 5 Fears. If they can keep that train, keep chugging along, then maybe there is a Game 7 on the horizon. And Altruism, a simple 5-minute game to decide who goes to Boston, isn't that just tantalizing?
Oh man, it's the greatest thing that we could have ever dreamed of. This has all the stakes built into it right now. 5 minutes, 1 goal is what separates us so far, and it repeats itself over and over as long as 5 Fears can hold their nerve. And that's what it means to be an experienced team. That's what it means to be one of the greatest to step up onto the Rocket League stage in sub-Saharan Africa. And both these teams have shown that time and again. It's who can hold their nerve the longest. One more game again is all that Pioneers need. 5 Fears looking to take this, but the field of broken dreams, it lingers, it holds its head up, and the curse on so many teams looking to try and keep their dream alive.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know that either of these teams are going to be tested more mentally than they will be in the next few minutes as they try and find a way through their opposition. KCP want to be stout on defense. I think that's the most important thing. Offense comes second. Keep 5 Fears out in this game is the primary objective, because if 5 Fears feel frustrated, if they get to the point where they haven't scored for a while and they know that Pioneers are on series point, that is when mistakes will start to come for their opposition. 5 Fears, on the other hand, need to make sure that frustration does not come through. They don't get to the point where it's still 0-0 with a minute to go and they just throw everyone forwards. That is not the play at all. Stick to the plan.
Oh, that's a great shot! Spars out the open net, but does Tekos from his own side of the field. The loose ball, which should have been almost nothing, passed down to him, and he just turns and spies the sniper angle. He gets 5 Fears back into this, and this is Pioneers once more losing track of the playbook. They need to keep up that pace that they're so well known for, that aggression on their opposition. Force the communication from 5 Fears to break down, and the double commits to come in. Double commit there, but it's just as secure, and 5 Fears, they're feeling like their team has come together again at the last.
Momentum swinging. Momentum is a very funny thing in Rocket League, but it can also be very fickle. Goodness me, great save up to the top left corner from Guns. To die for. Pass to Luis P is good enough. Ball into the middle, picked up by Snowy. Not a great touch. To die for now on the left-hand side, has all of his teammates to help out if he wants to go alone. Good save by Tekos.
Oh, wants to go alone is a worrying sign for the Pioneers. They do best when they do it together, and not looking for that pass anymore. Maybe becoming a little too reliant into die for. Just taking to the ball right now. Gets a nice flick underneath it and causes some consternation for the keeper. Oh, testing that up right there. 5 Fears stay alive for now and actually get a great pop down towards the other side. This one going to be handled quite easily by To Die For. Gets some momentum behind it, but Tekos, with patience on the line, actually baits in Lewis P. It's up to Sweaty now. He's got to buy some time without the boost behind him. At least settles for the 50 and tees it up for Lewis P.
Neo Tokyo very rarely does not deliver, and it is delivering right here, right now. 1-1, over half the game played. Pioneers off the back of such a genius play from Luis P, to be honest with you. A fake kickoff from Pioneers is going to cause problems though. Sweaty not ready. Now Snowy down the other end looking to find the key. Not going to happen. And the scoreline remains 1-1, but who does momentum favor now?
Snowy there trying to get physical in the back line, knowing his teammates have some time to work forward, and Tekos was waiting for something to emerge out of that, but nothing does. They've managed to retain the possession though. That's big for them. Cannot believe it though, Rhino. A single goal, it really feels like at this stage from either side, could be the determining factor as to whether we see Champions Field. Right now it's Pioneers lingering for the long shot again. Gonna test the defenders. And Lewis P has been doing his training backs. Makes no mistake in his flip. Gets a couple of 50s afterwards. but no space to speak of there. It's up to die for to once more try to take a path through the air. Shut down, and 5 Fears now. They're the ones standing ready for anything to pop out.
Pioneers have proven time and time again that they can turn their heads on a swivel and their rotation speed is so quick. But if you're 5 Fears, keep testing it because they've also proven that it can go wrong at times. Now down this right-hand side, 5 Fears trying to get the better of their opponents. And now it's Freed down to that right corner. Sweaty will collect, sees 3 men in front of him, doesn't get the reset, might not matter, still makes a 50. Brilliant work from Sweaty. Pioneers trying to capitalize off the back of it, but it's pushed to the corner.
All about efficiency at this stage. 1.5 players is what you're aiming to beat. Gets the last bump like that. You know, there's got to be something at the end of your play if you want to give your team the advantage that they want to hold on to. And that one squirts out towards the side. 5 Fears lucky that was unchecked because no one was home for it. Instead, get themselves a passing play. Turned aside, 30 seconds left, and both of these teams with their opportunities, but nothing to be decisive enough to shut this game out.
And now is the time for cooler heads to prevail. You do not want to put all your resources forward. You want to keep the status quo. Work with the plan. Who will be able to do that for longer is the question. Maybe there's a chance here in front of the goal line. Louis P decides to back away. There's a player up for it. Now Guns taking it forwards. KCP in this position probably want OT to come. But it won't happen yet. 5 Fears keep the ball alive down the right-hand side. And there you go. There's the miss. Pioneers, 5 Fears, OT. Pioneers get the next goal. They're going to Boston.
Oh my goodness. We said game 7 could be decisive, but overtime is just as dramatic for these two teams. Pioneers a goal away from Boston. 5 Fears a goal away from their life being alive, and that was nearly it. A ball skirts in front of the net. Anyone could have snatched onto that. A single touch would have decided this here, but it is not just over yet. We see 5 Fears staying alive. Pioneers setting themselves up for the pass back and forth. Pekos going to deny it for now. It's to die for's ability to create the space. Immediately re-engaged by Snowy. It's a big first touch by Lewis P. But he's got to die for. That's 2 of them committing towards it though. The ball stalls out for a second. And 5 Fears now. They want to turn themselves into a run.
And they have to. It's been a lot of pressure since this OT started from the Pioneers. They'll continue to apply it. Louis P on the left-hand side. If he wins this 50, there's a real chance. Doesn't do so cleanly. And now Sweaty pops it high. Snowy will clear. Is there any boost to collect on the map? Not really. Louis P trying to get something going. To Die For does have some boost. Just shepherding. But actually, that's a misplay in the corner. Tekos will convert. We go to game number 7. But questions will have to be asked of Sweaty.
Oh, Tekos not prepared to sit back and let the locals take charge of this. He has been the instrumental spearhead here so often in these plays from 5 Fears, and he dunks the roof of To Die For at the end there. A 50-50 turns into the breakaway, and Pioneers so caught off guard that they leave it open. The track towards the center has led us to this. We have a game number 7. 4-3 is the only scoreline that can matter, and 5 minutes, the only game that counts.
Oh, goodness me. I am reminded, Ultraism, of Open 1. Why am I bringing Open 1 to your mind? Well, 5 Fears were 3-1 up going into game number 5. And what happened after that point? KCP turned things around, looked dominant right the way through for the remaining 3 games, and won on Champions Field. Ultraism, life has a funny way of reflecting sometimes. Are we seeing a similar story unfold in front of us?
I don't know if KCP is aware of that, but it's got to be subconsciously there, right? I mean, this is a team that almost never takes a timeout, and there you can see it at the bottom of your screen. They are really trying to rally the troops at the last moments. They've got a couple of seconds for CP Zebra to just settle the nerves here on one side. And I mean, what do you say to a team when you're going, guys, we have prepared for this. All of these pearls of wisdom that have been shared in training for months, for years. Every moment it feels like could be building to this because it's the first time in SSA history a game number 7 in the grand finals is going to decide who our ambassadors are. And Snowy, yet to be denied that by any locals up until now. It would be amazing to see if this is going to be a new chapter in SSA. I think it really is, Rhino, regardless of what the outcome is of the series.
The situation is this. You win the next game, you qualify for Boston. Now, we know we've got so many fans of both of these teams in chat. They need you more than ever. Get loud in chat. Let those players know who you're cheering for, who you're supporting. Coming into Game 7, Champions Field Ultrism, let's go!
We have nearly 1,000 people in Twitch chat here to say we were around, we were there when the champions were crowned. And it can only come at the end of this, aside from an overtime, which could very well be the case that we get treated to. Something has to give, and we cannot see anything but excellence now. You have to put it all on the line. Pioneers survive an early assault. They turn it back towards the orange net. Sweaty going to take towards there. He's got a bit of boost. But all he meets is Tekos popping it up towards the side. Lewis P quickly into the action, trying to find it back towards his own teammate, but Guns finds it on the descent, and now it's up to 5 Fears. They want to close this down. They fought hard enough. It would be more than heartbreaking, it has to be said, to bring this series back from when they were a game on the board, and that was it. And they're being tested.
I mean, both teams will feel hard done by if this doesn't go their way. I tell you something, sets up a phenomenal split 2, which you will want to watch if you're around here now. But that's for the future. This is for the now. And it's going to be a cagey affair. It's going to be very touch and go. But already I've seen 5 Fears be the more aggressive, be the ones that are more in the face of their opponents. And there's a chance for Sweaty, but again, the proof is in the pudding. Snowy will not be denied an opportunity to die for, clears away.
These shots are starting to test Pioneers from everywhere on the board. 5 Fears has found joy with them, and it's the boss. It flickers, it lingers, it's secure. Snowy gonna put in your first goal for the grand finals, game number 7, but it comes through all the culmination of 5 Fears as a team.
Sweaty so unlucky on the goal line. 5 Fears take the lead. 3 minutes 16 to go. Every little detail and inch is important at this moment, at this level. Snowy, nothing doing there, but he gets bumped into the ball by a teammate. Go on, lad, you take the ball forwards. Luis P gets beyond one, looking for this one off the ground, does get it as well. Tekos still sends away, and Guns can pick up some boost.
Pioneers, it's been a couple of games since they've really put on shot after shot and dictated this progress of the ball across. That's a great way to start off and to dive for in the air, looking for more magic. Met and taken care of handedly before it can become too dangerous. But as long as the ball stays on this side, it is always a threat to the 5 Fears side. And they've done a great job now to find some progress down the other side. That's a dangerous bump. It's going to be difficult to clear this out. Sweaty hands it off to Lewis B. Sends him on a run. Picks up boost as he tracks across there. And with a bit of mechanics, just denied by the outside post. And both teams showing that they are ready to put in a challenge after a couple of seconds if you're not at your highest of wits.
Yeah, and Luis P, he's trying to take this game by the scruff of the neck. He wants to pull Pioneers, screaming through into Boston. Backboard hit. The 50 is not really won by anybody. Luis P into die for. Bit of you take it, no, you take it. There's a demo on the goal line. There's a pass middle, but Tekos is up well. KCP, you have got to be the aggressors now. You've got to be the ones moving forwards. To die for will be just that. Not a lot of boost to work with. Flicks it forwards, asks questions of the defense, but not enough. They have all of the answers. Sweaty into the middle, trying to get the reset. Looking for the flick. Oh my goodness, what a save off the crossbar from Guns.
Man, right now it seems like Pioneers trying to do so much. They're challenging early, and that one but unfortunate that it doesn't find its way into the back of the goal because it was a great 50 to deny it. Bit of a bump on the back line, but Tekos is already in the face of his opposition, and Pioneers, they need to stop cramping up. They need to, it seems that every time the ball goes loose, the 5 Fears just a little bit more spread out and ready for it, and there for the quick challenges. Pioneers with no space, but the possession, they've got it in front of the net, looking for some angle is Sweaty right now, but meets into a confident Tekos. He's going to send it long and high up for Tadai for to take care of.
That's exactly what 5 Fears need to do. Clear the ball, get it down the other end, try and keep it there. They've not been able to do that second bit. Luis P off the right-hand side, looking for a play middle. It's not going to come. Sweaty has to turn on this ball and does. Is there anything ahead of him that can help him? No. The save on the goal line from Tekos, 33 seconds and counting for Pioneers to save their split. Snowy sends it long. Tadai will collect. Doesn't pick up the 100 boost, believes he needs to go quickly. He's right, but you kind of need to go with at least something in the tank. He's not got anything now. 20 seconds, clock ticking down. Ball into the middle again. Tadai off the backboard. It's not going to be Marshall, but there is someone there. And now it's Luis P trying to get things back underway.
The opportunities have abounded. Pioneers has done everything to get close to the net, but there's just nothing that they can do to find it past the back line. It's only a single goal on the board, but that might be enough. They need to keep it up. The shot is not there. We have our winner. We have our ambassadors. After a complete fight, almost the entirety of a reverse sweep, 5 Fears is going to Boston!
I feel like everyone needs to take a breather. Just take a moment for yourself. Breathe in, breathe out. It's real. The reflection of Open 1 is present and in front of you. And 5 Fears will be the SSA representatives at the major.
Rhino, I'm awestruck. I have no words for this. For going so early in that series, I mean, how many people clocked out when we were having score lines near the double digits in the favor of KCP, looking for one moment to clear out the series, to shut it all down and secure it quite handedly at some stages. And it just wasn't there. The final turn of the screwdriver was just vacant. It was the dying breath. And it carried this 5 Fears side through. They have the experience. They have the ice in their veins like no other team. And there is no one who has fought harder than them. Rhino, you and I, we had the pleasure of seeing that firsthand. But let's see the awestruck faces of our panel, because what a series to end this all off.
Wow.
Those faces. Ah, yes, these are certainly some faces. Yeah, I think you, our casters, you guys, you wrapped that up so nicely with a beautiful bow for us. But the bow that 5 Fears put on their game cannot be rivaled. What a performance here this weekend. We set it up. We said this is the first time that Open 3 has a game, a grand final with real stakes on the line, where we don't know who's going to Boston. And on top of that, Greybeard, it's a new team, a new challenger to take the international stage.
It's so good. I have to say, I'm so impressed with the comeback from 5 Fears. I mean, they were down and out. They lost the timeout game to go 3-1 down, and to come back from that is remarkable. And all credit to them. Fantastic performance. But man, KCP are going to be bummed. But as I think someone said, wow, this is going to set up a banger of a split too.
Oh, yes, cannot wait for that. The stakes, the revenge stories, the anime redemption arcs, it's going to have it all. Just a quick reminder, folks, as we are setting up for our interview, this is your last chance to go and vote for your driver of the day. So make sure to go and do that, acgl.gg/vote. I'm kind of jumping the gun a little bit in terms of our conversation piece, but I feel like it's relevant because I'm going to be honest with everyone. For the longest part of that series, it felt like To Die For was the one who needed to walk away with that, Bromeo.
Yeah, like I'm just trying to collect my thoughts, because that was such an insane game. And when it went up and it looked like the writing was on the wall. It looked like Kansas City Pioneers were going to walk away with this one on the back of one of the hardest to die for carries that I have seen in a long time. I was writing up the questions. I'm like, so when you're in Boston to die for, what you going to do? And honestly, the comeback was so immense because I was so nervous for these players. I cannot imagine how tense it must have been on that field. It was an incredible showing by both teams. Firstly, for KCP to take the lead, and then for 5 Fears to say, hey, hold up, and then slowly claw their way back in and ultimately take it to the top. Absolutely incredible.
I mean, we talk about the fears, and it felt like 5 Fears put our fears to rest, because one of the things we spoke about before we dived into this altruism was that 5 Fears in their semi-final looked a little messy, a little uncertain. We weren't sure how that was going to go, but they did. They pulled it off.
And you could see that. I mean, whenever KCP kind of picked up that tempo and they put a lot of pressure on the 5 Fears, 5 Fears crumbled. You know, they were double committing all over the place. They were going for these individual plays as opposed to unifying, you know, letting that pressure stick them together a little bit better. And so the messiness was there, and it's something that they are going to have to try and clean up before they get to Boston. But I mean, KCP, they couldn't maintain that. That was the only problem. I think if KCP had consistently been able to just drive a wedge between the 5 Fears players, they would have wrapped this up in 5.
Well, now for the third and final time for this stage, we have Guns joining us for another interview. I'm going to give it to our interviewers, but I'm going to steal the first question. Guns, did you give your mom a hug?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
How are you?
Yeah, I got the cam.
How's it going?
Wait. To answer that beautiful lady's question, I didn't. My mom's not home right now. I had to call her. So, yeah, I just told her.
Absolutely wild, Guns. And I've been sitting for the last 10 minutes thinking, what on the hell am I going to ask you on the back of what a mountain of a game that was. GG's, well played. And I think I'm going to start here. Kansas City looked like they had that bag in the game, that game in the bag. You see, even me. But you guys called a timeout and pulled it together. What was the feeling in the camp at that point?
I mean, to be honest, I always say that. At the start, like when the first game up, like we knew we were going to win. But then we lost 3 in a row. And then frustrations got to us. We took the timeout, like didn't work. But then honestly, we just thought, we just need to, like, we have nothing to lose right now. Like, we're 3-1 down. We just have to keep calm. And, like, we don't have to force the goals. If the goals are just going to come to us, then, like, why do we have to force them? So, I think we just had them in the bag, you know, like.
I'm going to start my questioning. Firstly, congratulations. I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't say that. Going to Boston, that's huge. I was lucky enough to be on the cast for that one, and even I'm still shaking, so I can't imagine what you're going to be like. But I do have to ask, at any point, were you thinking about Open 1 as that comeback was starting to come back, where it was your side on the other side of the coin, where you guys were 3-1 down in the grand final of Open 1. KCP came back and won it 4-3. Did you have that in the back of your minds? Were you even thinking about it?
Snowy actually brought that up. Like, he said, if they can do it, we can do it. So, I mean, so he probably had the same thought in his brain. Like, I didn't think about it. I was like, I was locked in, you know, like, but, I mean, if they can do it, we can just do it better, you know, like, we don't have to fraud our own goal by Snowy, you know?
And speaking of your teammates, what were comms like in that final minute? Was it tense or was it cool as a cucumber?
Yeah, I mean, how can we calm? You know, like everybody shouting to go for the ball, CPZ like shouting to calm us down. Like it's just crazy in there. You know, like I don't know what else to say. Like it's just an insane feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it must be. I do want to talk about that final game as well, because that Game 7 is kind of the big talking point here. When you score that goal, when you go 1-0 up in Game 7 of the Grand Final to take you to Boston. What is the first thing that is comms to you? What is the first thing that someone gets on the microphone and says? Is it calm down? Is it keep your heads? Is it stick to the plan? What actually happens in the call at that moment?
Or in this final, like we just went back to our game plan. Obviously, we also just calmed down. Like we don't need to rush anything, especially because they got like super aggro at the end, like trying to force a goal in, even though like it almost happened, but like it didn't, you know. So we just had to calm down, take it slow, regain boost, get it out when we need to, and yeah, that's just the way it goes, you know.
It certainly is. I'm going to ask one more question before I hand back to Bromeo. Of course, you've had some FIFA experience now. You've had some LAN experience, but as part of a team in the SSA region, you've not had that major experience. And the thing I want to ask is, who are you most excited to potentially play against when you get to that major? That's what I want to know.
I mean, I would obviously say KC, but like, that's a boring answer, you know? Let's go with OCE. Let's go with OCE, because I think we have a chance against OCE.
Man, this is also exciting. I'm so happy for you. And, just leading into my final question for you, you obviously went through to FIFA E with the South African squad. Do you feel like that prepped you, in your preparations leading up to this and going forward?
I mean, I wouldn't say it prepared me. Like, obviously international experience is like way better than local experience, but it's a different like game, like football and rugby, two completely different things, especially since at FIFA we didn't make it out the groups. But like you have more lives at FIFA, so like there's no need to stress. We play 8 games times 2, 16. So I mean, it's just a different type of nerves, So I don't think it did, but I think it also did,
That's absolutely huge, though. So finally, anybody you want to shout out on the biggest stage of winning your ticket to the major?
I mean, just me. Like, look here. You see this?
I love that so much. I love that.
Yeah,
all right,
guys. And shout out to my mom. Like, of course, like the GOAT.
Love that. Absolutely love that. Guns, congratulations on your win. Commiserations, all of them, to the teams. You have earned your ticket to Boston. Thanks so much, and we'll check you around. Back to the desk.
Thank you very much.
In the hurly-burly of this craziness that we've seen today, and it's regional after regional, you sometimes lose sight of the broader picture. And watching Guns in that interview, I was reminded he made his entrance into SSA RLCS in the winter split of the 22-23 season for Cosmico. And I remember casting and going, I don't know who this kid, I'd never heard of Guns, but as a 16-year-old making his debut, and he just looked like someone that was going to go somewhere, that there was greatness in him. And he's had such a wild, bumpy ride, and often he's been his own worst enemy. But man, I look at him and I'm so proud of the journey he's walked, and that he has come to where he is now, going to a major. Such a shout out to him, and it fills me with such pleasure to see.
I think that's an important note for so many of our players. This is a youngsters game. We've got a few of our unks that play as well, but many of our players are quite young. So these experiences are so important and so impactful. And, we love watching the growth and seeing them take those opportunities. So once more, a heartfelt congratulations to 5 Fears, who have beaten the odds, beaten their biggest competition, and will be our representatives on the international stage. We're getting really close to wrapping up the day here, but first and foremost, why don't we take a look at before we look at it, because I already said I felt like To Die For was my driver of the day. Does anyone on the desk disagree with that? Are there any other thoughts for driver of the day from you all?
I could go with Tekos. I think To Die For was that equivalent for the Pioneers On the other side, though, Tekos was just there constantly. He was taking great shots. He made some beautiful touches, and his teammates were there to back him up for it. But his name just lit up time and time again, it has to be said.
I just want to shout out going all the way back to what seems like an entire different season of something else, which was Bro Crocros and Ravi.
Yes.
I thought he was magnificent for Bro Crocros in their continuing quest to narrow the gap, to start impinging on that top two. They've got their way to go, but you know, I get similar vibes out of Ravi that I did for Guns all those years. I don't know. It's just I just want to shout him out. I think he did magnificently today.
Romeo,
I
anything
don't
from you?
disagree with you. No, I'm not gonna. I
Fair
think
enough.
To Die For was taking my breath away in the way that he was playing. I can watch that every day of the week. So yeah, give me Guns. To
All
Die
right.
For.
Give me guns. To die for, but give me guns. Way to be confusing, man.
Well played.
The bait and switch. I will
To
say
die
Mark
for guns.
seems to be throwing... Oh, wow, okay. Mark is throwing in his support for Guns. So let's take a look and see who it actually was. Who did Twitch chat think is our amazing driver of today? And... well, it's Guns. Would you look at that? A 40%. 40% is pretty damn big as well. Like that's an impressive performance, Bromeo. What do you think?
Yeah, I think To Die For did No, I'm joking. I promise. But no, that was a really good performance by Guns. And given the pressure involved and the stage at hand, and to come back from an early dominance from KCP truly does show the character of the man and the rest of his team. So yes, Guns deserve it, but so along with the rest of his team, it was a 3-man effort to take that one all of the way, and it could have been any one of them.
I want to jump in there for Guns because Greybeard, I think, said something very important earlier. It's like he had that shine of greatness. I still remember that first game I saw him when he pulled off one of the first musty flicks I've seen in SSA, and it was in the RSC. And it was, again, he was just such a talented person. I think there's a little bit of recency bias because he was on the interview right there as to why he got 40% of the votes. But he did a great job today. But what makes me most excited, I still don't think we've seen prime Guns. I think that there's a lot more he can do. He can get a little bit more consistent in the big plays that he goes for. So an amazing spark from this youngster. But like maybe this international experience is exactly what he needed. Gabriel talked about the rocky start he's had, and he's finally found a team of like-minded, somewhat overconfident perhaps at times, people who have that hero, that Guns, you can do this. We believe you're the GOAT. As much as you believe you're the GOAT, have at it, son. And that, I think, will push him to even greater heights. So, yeah, beginning of a story.
Not even his final form.
Not just yet. I mean, we've spoken about floors and ceilings so much over the course of the last couple of weeks, and it really is such an important conversation to be had, especially because the level of Rocket League in South Africa is clearly growing. Day by day, open after open, we are seeing that gap close little by little, and it is incredibly exciting to behold. But that's going to be us wrapping up open number 3. A brand new champion emerges, but their story is not yet over, folks. Remember, the Boston Major is upon us. It will be here in just a couple of weeks. So make sure to be watching. The Major kicks off on the 19th of February. Be there to support our local lads in being showing the world what they're made of, and hopefully we'll make some waves more so than we have made in the past. And remember that Split 2 starts in April. So we won't be gone for terribly long. In fact, we'll be back quite shortly once the Major is over to find out, not April, March, next month. The world is wibbly wobbly, time is crazy, but we will be back either way towards the end of next month to figure out who the next representative is going to be. I'm doing a lot of waffling. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here, for watching. Thank you, Twitch chat. Thank you to my wonderful analysts and casters. Thank you to production for making this as awesome as ever. Thank you to our players. Good luck in Boston, and we'll see you next month.
Peace!